Oh my god! What's going on? That took a little bit longer than I expected. You've been waiting for an hour, Eddie. No! Wow. The lyrics are a bit brutal. Waiting for nothing. Oh, the timing. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to yet another Neverwinter stream. We are back with the first Monday of the week, first Monday of the month. Exciting times. Hope you guys had a good weekend.
Hello.
Hey, Bessie. Chicken PvP still continues. We have some exciting read-ups, or a write-up that Eddie put together. Eddie spent like over 24 hours getting all the CCP members Q&As that were done in audio, like live chat form, into a readable format. I was actually quite terrified when I saw on the blog post it had a suggested read time of, what was it, 35 minutes. Maybe I could be a speed reader, who knows. Well, that's going to be fun. Hey, the Naked Dwarf, how you doing? Hey, Organism. Yeah, 24 hours. Damn, I can't imagine, like, going through each and every one of those. I think that's more intense than even editing a video together. All you need now is an animation for it to go along with all the quirkiness. I think it's going to be a good time. I was going to initially read it on Thursday because it's a nice little segue out of patch day, but then I realized I'm gonna be going to surgery on Wednesday, so that means I'm not going to be able to speak at all, or barely, so that's obviously not a good option. So while I can still speak for now, I should definitely use my voice. I think it's going to be exciting. I know Bessie is excited to read.
I am.
I think other people have been linked to it, so hopefully most have already seen it, so it's for the very few that perhaps haven't seen the videos done on it or whatnot. 23 hours of Saturday sorting the info and 1 hour of the actual interview, so yeah, 24. Jeez. And what did the Naked Dwarf do over here? Was it the motivational support? What are we talking about? We're talking about the Q&A. Remember on when was it? Friday? There was the impromptu Q&A. And I just realized now what the issue was because of daylight savings time, the time didn't update. So you're probably basing it off of my stream start time. I gotta remember to change all that now. Because that doesn't auto update. Fun times. Dwarf helped you proofread? Damn. Let's go. Thank you, Dwarfy. What a legend. You ended up missing it? No, you're good. Well, Any linked the article. They should give me a moment. So you can read it in your own time. Hey, Lindrin. Any, what's on the agenda for you? Do we have some time? How are you doing? I'm good. Actually, not that good. I have a surgery on Wednesday, so day is coming up slowly but surely, and being more conscious about it now, because you know it's around the corner. Today and tomorrow, and then boom, Wednesday. Hopefully, I recover enough for Freak Out Friday. We'll have to see. I don't know if I'll be able to stream on Friday, but we'll see. Or Thursday at least. You cleared your afternoon, so except keeping my coffee topped up, I'm good for time. Okay. Okay, then let me get into just the dailies real quick, and then we can go through it, give some people some time to funnel in. So if we're going to be reading it, it's actually worthwhile. Even though there's not much to grab, it's still fun to do. I think I'm going to skip this. Oh, we can do the sewers. I don't know. What about you, Lindgren? What are you getting up to?
I think the sewers is just some silver.
Lioness, hey, how you doing? Does anyone need their chicken event, by the way? Eddie, do you,
Me.
you want something to do? Organism? Alright. Org. There we are. I started gonna throw you that invite, don't I, Linus?
Take me, for example.
You're not doing it on PC, just Xbox? What are you hoping to get out of it? Have you got all the stuff mainly? Because I looked and I just grabbed the vanity pet, which I already had from last year. So, not much sadly to grab. Let's see, let's have a look again. The food stuff was interesting, but it's just obviously a grind to get them. Hot wings is really nice if you're a DPS and you want to get more accuracy out of your food, because it's crit save accuracy. It's not bad, 10% stat increase. Seed bread as well. For certain builds, if you want to go more defensive, power and defense is nice. It's kind of like the opposite of the mochi. HP and power. You just need the zombie check. Alright. That reminds me, did I end up moving that to the vanity tab? I didn't. Alright, so off we go with one of the abyssal checks, and then to find the zombie check in the beautiful inventory that I have.
Yeah, I just got that zombie chicken too. The vanity version.
There it is. Alright, move to vanity, and then we can go ahead and summon it. And then, obviously, fitting in with the theme, we should be using the zombie chicken. I wonder what they named it. The Z for zombie? Yeah, there it is. Alright, so let's see. Can we see the two side by side? There it is. Look at it. So tiny, oh my god. Now we just need the companion and we're pretty sorted. Alright, Zuna, come on. You've had enough spotlight. Come on, come on. It's so tiny.
Cute.
Oh my god. Alright, if that's all of us then, let's go ahead and take different colors. I will
I'm gonna go
do...
green.
You go green? Okay, organism, if you want to go... Anything to green. I'll go purple. Since, you know, purple's my favorite color. And, yeah, we just do the event. As long as you picked up the quest from Earl here, you're red. Alright, no worries. Time to find the sneaky chicks. Those are easy to do. You just need the zombie chick visage. I would grind for that one. The only annoyance with that is, like, it has a 30-day timer. So, like, after that, it's done. It would be nice if it was, you know, a bit more permanent than that. Like, visages that you could get from at least, you know, like Halloween, for example, was permanent. Whereas these are temporary. So, yeah, you gotta really make the best of it. And it won't even last till Halloween. Alright, that should be me done. Did that count for you guys? Did something complete?
No.
I think it might be distance-based. But what I can
I
do...
think some of them count. So, like, the red one is counting for me. Did the green
purple
one count
count at
for
all?
you? No.
Not at all. Okay, yeah, I remember that from the last 2 years.
Yeah.
It
Did the
doesn't
green
count.
one count for you?
There's a cool thing you can do though while running. Check this. You can yeah, sideways running.
Oh my
Do a bit of drifting with the chicken. Alright, yeah. Sorry,
yeah,
so you
red
guys are
one
gonna have to
counted.
do purple. Was someone on green?
I was.
And blue? No, no one's
No,
on blue.
I'm gonna go yellow now.
Alright, I'm going buck block. That's the wait, which one was this? Was this the one where I chased the green ones? Purple ones would be better, and the ability to put them in the appearance section too. Yeah, true. Very true. Would be very nice. Okay, where are the green ones today? There you go. Eddie, are you at all keen on the PvP side of things? That is like where honestly the highlight is. That's what's been keeping me entertained for way too long. Oh, he thinks he's sneaky. Watch this, watch this. Oh, you think you're going somewhere, Mr. Chicken? Bam! Wait, is that chicken right on top of the vendor here? Oh my god. Oh, that's sneaky. Is the green counting for you guys at least? Oh, a blue one.
Blue, yes, it's 3 out of 5.
Okay, good. Yeah, I just need 2 more. Alright, see one, honing in. Got him. And just 1 more now. There should be one coming through here usually. There he is.
The yellow one.
Come here. Got him. Alright, cool. So I think
Yeah,
you guys just have to do purple. And you're good. Hey, morning, Kara. How you doing? You've never been bothered for it? Okay, maybe I could change your mind today. I'm gonna do an open mic strategy. What I like to do is get in a Discord and like yell out tactical commands. Because you know, strategy is everything when it comes to things like these. Let me see. Can I get rid of a message here? Any old message? Oh my god. So many messages. I like the memories. Alright, this doesn't have anything attached to it, so I remember what this was. It's gonna be linked down. Okay, finally, saved. I doubt it. I may have tried it, failed. I like PvE too much. You're such a hard... I know! They're memories, okay? They're memories. Except this is, Alright, take a screenshot of this guild mail. Good. Okay. Are you guys done?
Yeah, that was the last one.
Okay. I just use the green. Oh, so green doesn't count as well, by the way. At least not for me. So I gotta go run around and heal real quick, and then I'm done. But that's pretty easy. Okay, so who do we have? We have Daryl, we have myself, Organism, Melly. That's 4 people for PvP. If Pharrell was around, there'll be another person. It's kind of hard to coordinate with a random. Can't really get the strat in, and if they go do their own thing, it's not going to be that productive. Alright, I'm done. What happens when you die as a chicken? I love how their feet just go up. Like, belly up.
Oh.
Oh no! It's too real, Cryptic. Why? Poor chicken. Do I respawn as a chicken now? I do. Alright.
Oh
Very nice.
God. That's nice.
But they changed it, you know, when you go switch zones. Wait, I can't... Oh, did they block you from doing this? Smart. So
I remember you could, for example, go to workshop and then come out and then you're still chicken and then you could summon your mount. It was like that.
Yeah, but you were also able to teleport directly. Let me see if that still works. I think they patched out a lot of the fun things that you can do with this. That's what you could do with the Visage. Alright, let's go, let's go, let's go. Faster! The way their little necks wobble. That AMA is a lot of reading, I know, right? Gonna have to bring out the epic music on loop for it. Oh, they fixed it. The workshop glitch, yeah. They don't want people running around as chickens, apparently. Gonna break the game or something, I don't know. Alright, let's get you guys in here. Fresh pack? Any fresh? Any freshly packed? Alright. You're absolutely terrified to do your first ever influence run? Oh, that's happening today, right? Do you want me to give you a quick rundown, Kara? Of what you should be doing? It's not too bad, honestly. So all you gotta do, you get to the struggle, you get everyone in here, everyone should be like... Everyone should have a group leader, a party leader, that follows your lead ultimately. And what you want to do is you want to bring up the map and you see the these ones, the large ones, so not the small ones. not the small ones, but the ones that have the extra spikes, the large ones, you want to be targeting these. So what you do is, there's only one ever up at a time. So for example, this one's Hideaway Crisis. So what you do is you'll put it in Alliance, and you'll say, okay, everyone head to Hideaway Crisis. Maybe you also copy paste the same message and put it in Say Chat, just for whatever reason people aren't seeing Alliance Chat. And then, yeah, you meet out here. You maybe stand somewhere here outside of it. And you just make sure everyone's party is ready. Like, check with the party leaders. They will say, my party's here, because there'll be a bunch of other guilds. And then what you do is when everyone says they're ready, you just be like, okay, charge, or whatever you want to say, you know. Maybe you want to do a classical Star Trek engage. And then everyone just goes, you know, crazy. You take it out, and then another one will spawn. You just want to find where it is, and then just same thing. Call it out, wait, check that everyone's there, and, you know, you're good to go. Just repeat that about 5 times, and that's it. There's nothing much to it. And then just GG's. Thank you guys for coming through. Appreciate you, and you're done. Make it so. Yeah, exactly. You have an idea of what you're doing? Yeah, you got this. You totally can do this. And if you're struggling, like, feel free to reach out. There will be other people there as well. I'm sure there'll be, you know, they can lend a hand if something goes wrong. But other than that, it's really not hard at all. People just have to do the heroic, which is pretty easy. Just, oh yeah, other thing, just remind people to use @wills only. For it to count for credit, because a lot of people go crazy. They haven't scaled the heroic. So, like, I remember I could just one-shot the majority of things. So you don't want to be doing that. Just tell them @wills only. And yeah, once everyone's got their tag in there, you can just finish it up. There's a video embedded at the bottom from the Galactic Stream that summarizes some of the main points for those who don't like to read blogs. Blogs are amazing though. If you don't want to read it, then you're not really invested or care about what the game has to offer. Because I like the in-depth that, you know, Brett went into. I mean, I'm sure you can understand, like, skipping things that you're not really, you know, caring much about. You're like, oh, okay, this subject, I don't care about it. Like Stronghold stuff. You know, but I know some other people will care about Stronghold. Okay, let's just do a few PvP stuff and then I'll go ahead and read that. I want to see how far I am with my, what do you call it? Campaign, actually. Oh wait, it's a actual campaign. Okay, so I just need 11 wins. And I have until Thursday to complete this, so that's the grind for me. Thing is, it needs wins. Okay, can we all jump into my Discord? Let's get into voice. So we can coordinate this. Could just join, like, the waiting room's fine. Yeah, exactly, Annie. Oh, and Nissa, you also want to advertise in the Alliance Discord as well. Alright, hello people. So there's 4 of us now. I mean, we could try with a random, see how it goes. Actually, let me check my friends list. Might be easier if I could get someone. Let me see who I know will be interested. He's in Crown. Let me guess, Spell Plague is today's RC. The fact that I'm seeing so many people in there.
It is.
Of course. Of course. Oh, everyone's about to run some Crown. No worries. I'll be getting online here soon. Just a few things to do first. No worries, Linus. Take your time. Gonna do some PvP real quick. Alright, let's see how it goes with 4 people. If we can pull it off. It depends if the other team is strategized at all or not. Alright, so Organism, quick rundown for you. I think since Pharrell's not here, you should go red. There's an ability you use that drops down fire. What you want to do is drop down fire on the node. It basically forces the other team to not stand on the node. Usually people don't like red, so they get off. You want to always stay on the node. You fight on the node, you die on the node, you should never be off the node. Nodes are how we gain points. Points is how we win the game. That's the only thing that matters. So use your ability, set fire to that platform. Daryl, let's do the same double rogue strat again. Melly, you and Organism can go fire. We'll see what the random does. Maybe they'll stick. Maybe I can just whisper them. Our main assault is obviously on 2. Always take 2, capture 2, keep 2. I'll head back, then capture 1, and then harass their 3. And then let's see how that goes. 4 people coordinated is better than none. Oh my god, what? What did I do? I clicked PvP, bro. Are we abandoned? Am I gonna get a... Okay, never mind. I guess we're doing this now. Wait, hold on. If you guys can leave... Oh, you can't leave. Damn it. Did you guys pick up the quest at least? I know I did. Surprise, guys! LOL. We're doing the... Listen, this was completely unintentional, I swear. It was not my intention to do the chicken run. I have no idea how that happened. Okay, we could just run to the end and just respawn like that other person's doing ahead. A good strategy if you want to save time. You basically just run. Just keep right-clicking. Right-click is how you sprint. And then you just come die. You just come to a circle and you die. And you stay dead. And then, surprise, the mobs are just like, what the hell, bro? Where'd they all go? And you just stay dead. You don't release. You just stay dead. Because they're still coming, so someone's still alive.
I don't know how to kill myself.
It's fine. They'll do it for you.
Okay.
And the other person, where are they? Alright, there they are. They just need to die as well. Please kindly die. Excellent. And now they'll all run away, and now we can get back up. And yeah, it's damage time. I think it was the red one that does the most damage here. Rogues are also pretty okay. But I think if we all just go damage dealer, just burst this one out.
But am I all you see?
Ooh. So where fire Anna increases speed. I wonder if that worked in PvP. Not chickens. I know. I accidentally went in here. I wish I could leave, but that'll take a 30-minute penalty. It's okay. Just drop some fire around these dudes. So this is the same ability you'll use in PvP, so get used to it. Your E key, you'll be using that in PvP. So learn how the fire works, how it spreads. It kind of leaves like a trail around where you are. So that fire is what's going to be lethal in PvP. Because if they stand in it, they're going to take a lot of damage. And your left click is your peck. That's like your basic primary attack. Left click, just peck, 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 peck. Doesn't do much damage, but collectively, if you're all pecking the same target, you can do a decent amount of damage. Yeah, peck the shit out of him. Let's go. And then 1 is your daily. So it can do damage, it can stun depending on your roll. Rogues, I know, have a pretty fun stealth daily.
For red ones, you deal damage to yourself too.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Barbarian chicken.
The dailies.
Throw down fire everywhere. Nice, nice, nice. There's a secret chicken as well. But unless we have a healer chicken, it'll be hard to pull off. If you guys haven't seen, there's a necromancer chicken in the next area. Very easy to get it. I ran like a pug a few times and I was surprised no one went there. It's like they didn't know about it. So I'll show it to you guys. We fight them like as we go.
Oh, but
So
you still
we don't
have
lose it.
So far to go.
Yep.
Maybe my dear Rover can help you next.
Oh, they're going. Just in case they go for it. Oh my god, I'm already wrecked. Holy shit. I don't want to lose it, but at the same time I want to show it. Okay, wait, I'll use my team as a shield. You guys would defend me, right? So we just go this way, you just follow the path. And there's a little section that is raised that you can go up. There it is, up there. You see Freshly sees it. You just go up here. Is he dead? Are you still alive, Freshly? So it's up here.
They're alive.
And there it is. If you just pick up this seed, you become the necromancer chicken. So there you go. And it gets a little hood. It can summon chickens as it's daily. It's pretty cool. Alright, let's go, Billy. Let's go! Run, 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 run. Okay, Operation Protect Belly. Why do we have kobolds here? I thought it was just chickens. Belly, you're gonna die. There's like 1 million of them. Sorry, Belly. They're just too brutal for us. Kill me already. Alright, they stay dead. And they should all leave. And we should be good. The kobold's there because there is a dragon here. It makes sense. And is there a correlation between kobold and you know, chicken?
Cross over.
Do kobolds like chickens? Do they like to eat them? Raw, maybe grilled? Alright, same strat as before. We just peck the shit out of this one. Drop some fire down. And you might want to dodge the red circle. Does hurt a little. Alright, let's get back there, get some CA in there. Whee! Now watch out for the random seeds. By the way, if you see aqua colored seeds, that is the necromancer one. So you can pick up that seed when it spawns. And you'll become the necromancer. So especially in the next phase. You'll see...
In the last boss?
Yeah, you'll see aqua colored seeds. Very nice, pretty aqua. Pick that up, you'll become the necromancer. And then just make sure to use your daily. It doesn't have to be full. And you'll be able to summon chickens to help fight. Summoner class confirmed for Neverwinter. Kobold steal livestock? Really? I had no idea. Oh wait, there's a gap in the wall here? Hey, look at this. The campfire. It's so sneaky because you don't normally see it, but then you look at an angle. Hey, what's going on? Alright, let's finish him up. Back. Yeah, look at that pecking damage. Nice. And the 2 rogues doing a lot of damage. I'm like trying to shift on the chicken. They steal things for the dragon. Okay. Steal livestock so the dragon eats it. Alright, let's go. Final segment. This is fun. This is like Illusion's Gambit.
Look familiar?
You just run through and hopefully don't die to any of the axes. Get to the end.
I must ask you. Does this look familiar?
How many times is he going to access the same question? One more time, come on. For posterity. Let's go. Aww. Okay, so if you see aqua, just jump on it. Look at the foul chef. Oh my god. Yeah. They remind me of guinea fowl. The sound they make. Doo 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 doo. Come on. Not sound like a giddy
I
fowl.
didn't want that.
You accidentally grabbed one now.
Yeah.
Come on, more pecking, guys. Oh, you became red? That's good.
Yeah.
Red's good. Just spam Q. Get that fire duck going. Freshly became the Firebird too. We're almost there. I haven't seen a single Necromancer spawn. Oh, there it is,
one.
guys. Yeah. Look at this. And now I press 1. And look at that. Look at my minions.
Yeah.
Look at my minions. Go, zombie chicken. Yeah. Rise. Rise and kill this fool.
Time to fry!
Oh, it could be multiple, by the way. Like, if you see another one, you guys can grab it. So pretty much everyone can be a Necromancer chicken, provided enough spawn.
Oh, he doesn't seem to be dropping many of them.
No.
May have gotten me.
Alright, and then if you reroll this chest, you could get the artifact if you don't have it already. That's kind of like the prize thing you want to grab in here. Is the artifact. Or maybe you get something else that's exciting. The artifact drop? Nope. Got nothing. Alright, we'll do actual PvP now, I swear.
Hey, I got the artifact.
Oh, nice. Congrats.
Nice.
Yeah.
So you get out of here because it's unbound. Unlike the other one that you buy. So you can like trade it, sell it. Alright, Pharrell's on his way, so we'll have a full 5-man. Easy.
Nice.
Nice.
Right, let's see if he's online already. Just wait for the mystical brick to get online. So do you understand the strategy, Michi? We do kind of need a healer as well. I guess healer chicken would make all the difference. Melissy, do you want to try a healer? Or do you would rather go the fire chicken?
I mean, I can put either of them.
Since you're already familiar with how healing works, so... And it's pretty much same circle heal. It's pretty OP. If you can get it done properly, you can literally turn the tide of battle. If you heal everyone that's in there, a 5v5, one that doesn't have a healer, the ones that has a healer will win. So it's very crucial. You just gotta wait for the right moment to heal. Keep the team alive. And that'll be in like the 2 push. The 2 push that we do.
I noticed the blue ones give shield, and that's pretty OP too.
Yeah, that's temporary
daily.
though. And yeah, daily you gotta wait for the daily to get up. Which can also be useful. But that's like the tank one. Blue is the buck blocker, the tank.
So you said that for me I need to go to...
Red.
So we wanted to go to first.
Yeah,
I
I'll
just
call it
chuck-
out when we're playing.
I just dropped the fire on it.
Yeah. Drop the fire on the platform. Andy! Yo, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate you.
16 months.
16 months, brother. Let's go. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Oh, we have an amazing read to do in a bit. Annie put together an incredible article. I'm looking forward to that. Hey, how you doing? Yo, hey, Pharrell. Athena? What? How long has it been? Hello to you. How are you doing, Athena? What a surprise. Alright, since we're not in competitive mode today, it's not going to matter. We just do a regular call. No leaks today, no actual 100% confirmed content. Alright, I'm going to do this properly this time, I swear, guys. Player versus player. Fight of the fouls. There you go. See if we get some matches running still.
Let's get some keys.
Oh, we can get some keys here.
Do you have?
It has been a long time, yeah. How you been? What you been up to? Oh, let's see, what else can we get? Let me get my crown key. Probably get a Sharandar key. What color should you get? I think go for red furrow. Since Millie's gonna be on heal. Fresh and I'm gonna be the rogue. And then yeah, you and Organism will be on red. It's a bit early for it to be popping, so hopefully we get it. You been good? Just enjoying life? And like, everyone and their mom has been playing Lost Ark, I know. The amount of times I've been recruited to play that game. It was the same with New World as well. I've been good, yeah. Enjoying Neverwinter. We have a lot of new stuff coming up, which is actually part of the stream. We're going to be reading a blog post that our wonderful Annie has put together. A 35-minute read. Can you believe that? Don't worry, I'm a speed reader. But that's good to hear you've been enjoying life. You been playing anything, or is it mainly just been IRL? Thank you, Eddie. And also, you don't really stream, do you, Eddie, on the Neverwinter for Noobs? They have a Facebook page. Whoever does those. Okay, I've just asked for some reinforcements to see if we can get this to pop. But you think people would want to throw their Monday blues away? Be like, slug it out.
If it's anything like last year, then you're gonna have a bunch of tanks just messing everything up for everyone.
Oh, tanks can't do too much. They'll get destroyed by rogues.
The bluebird.
Yeah.
If they're all sitting there buffing each other, then...
Oh, they'll die. Like, that's all they'll do. They'll die. Rogue has the poison, like dot, plus peck. And if everyone's just pecking, then there's nothing they'll do. They tried that strategy. It doesn't work. You just gotta change up your strategy. But generally it's balanced. 2 rogues, 2 firebirds, and a healer bird, and you're good to go. Not anymore. I did a bit of streaming around Mod 19, but I haven't streamed since last year. I mainly run our website and Facebook community and occasional YouTube video now. Okay. Well, you're still staying active. I mean, 24 hours on a blog article? Like, I don't think people do those anymore, so it's crazy. There we go. Finally got a pop.
I got the...
Oh, come on.
Sure it's gonna pop again. Let me send out one more message. Actually, I can ask Zone for help too. I mean, the majority of the game hangs out in Zone, right?
Yeah, MP.
Just put this in the channels. And in the, in this channel. All we need, there you go.
Yay.
Athena, just been working it after I got divorced last year. Oh shit. Okay. Hopefully, alright. I took lots of me time. Yeah, it's understandable. I'm glad you're doing well. And it's good to see Neverwinter coming out with new content. Dude, finally. I mean, it's been It's been a dry spell. Dry spell after dry spell, but there's a lot. There's some things I can't talk about, but just being in the know of knowing what's coming, I'm excited. Like, I'm hyped for it. It can't come out soon enough. It's gonna change the way that we play the game. And I'm excited for that. And hopefully they keep up with the times, you know? Like, stop giving us dry spells. We can't take it. Alright, let's go. Battle positions, guys. Everyone on 2. I want everyone on 2. Win the team fight on 2. Burn the shit out of them. You know what to do, pack. Win the fight on 2. I'll head back to 1. Keep 2. We'll push. As soon as you win the next team fight, we'll go on their 3. But for now, just everyone rush in the middle. Rush in the middle. Peck the shit out of them. I want to see good peck on peck action. Get your peckers out. Let's go! Oh, they're capping their 1. First mistake that they made is capping their 1. Here they come. No, it's Nissa! No! No, Nissa! That was brutal. Come on, guys. 5v1. That's not fair. And now they're going to keep losing because it's going to be... They're going to keep going one-on-one. Alright, you guys stay here. As soon as you kill like 2-3 of their dudes, I want you to push towards their base. Push towards their 1. Win that team fight on 2. Stick together, then go push on theirs, and then come back to 2 again. Oh, nothing's more exhilarating than getting your pecker out. I think push if you're winning. Like, as soon as you've killed like
Oh, we are
their
fighting.
dudes. Alright, you are? Okay, no worries then. Oh, we got 2 on here. Damn, they're getting smart here. Daryl, I might need some backup over here. I'm getting harassed by the chickens. Oh, they're burning the shit out of me, Daryl. Yeah, push their 1 now. Push their 1. There's 2 dudes on here. So this is another mistake they're making. Push their front. And Daryl, go take that guy out. I'm gonna come help you. The rest of you push their 1.
There's 2 on 2.
Yeah, just take their 2 out. As soon as 2 is clear, you want to push their 1. Oh, do you kill him, Daryl? Nice. Alright, you stay here, Daryl. I'm gonna go help on 2. Don't lose 2, stay on it. Oh, okay, we need to take 2 back ASAP. Alright, yeah, come harass me, harass me, harass me. Yeah. And focus on the low dudes, the ones that are low HP. Where's our healer? We need heals here.
It's on cooldown.
Alright, just stay here, stay here. They're gonna probably target me because I'm low. Alright, nice. Now push their 1. Everyone push their 1. Everyone push their 1. Force them to come to you. Don't worry about their 2. Push their 1. Push their 1. I got this dude. Go push the 1. Go, Daryl. Go. I'll go 3. If I die, I'll respawn. You're gonna force them to come either fight you or split up on 2. You want them to be split up because then they can't do shit. The only way they win is if they stick together. Are you even pecking me, bro? Come on, peck me, bro. Yeah. Alright, 2's being... What happened? You guys all got wiped? Holy shit.
Yeah.
Okay, push the
It
1.
was the
Win the
rogues, like, I
2,
was
win the 2,
stunned.
win the 2, win the 2. Heal. Nice. Take them out. Push their 1 now. Go. Everyone on 1. Go. Push them hard. Push them hard. Very nice. Oh, I'm gonna get fucking destroyed by this dude. I'll try to stay alive as much as I can. Oh, they're all pushing 2. As soon as you've taken their 1, come to 2. I'm gonna die here. Sacrifice for the team. Harass them as much as I can. Yeah, come and get me, bros. Woo! Alright, now come to 2 with haste.
Okay.
They're gonna push out 3. I'm gonna go there defend. Where's the heal, bro? I need the heal, bro.
Do I come with you?
No. Stay 2. Win 2. And take back 1 if they take it. Your only objective is to make sure that you have more nodes than they do. Fuck, they have a healer here. Alright, Daryl, I'm gonna need you to rotate back to our 3.
Okay, we took back 2. Must we go
Okay,
back
take 1. They're gonna take our 3, take 1. I'll go to 2, don't worry about it. You basically want to counter them. We need to always have more nodes than they do. Yeah, they're playing smart now.
Yeah.
Alright, bring the pressure, come back on 2. As soon as you got their 1, come to 2.
Okay.
Everyone on 2. Everyone. Alright, nice. Win 2, and then Daryl will rotate back. We need to kind of take their 1. I'm low, so I'm probably going to die here. Yeah, there's 3. Which is good. Take out back all 3. They're going to come on 2. Team fight on 2. They're trying to take out 3. Cut them off. I'm cutting them off. Stay on 2. Stay on 2.
Okay.
Nice. We got him. Fucking wrecked. Good job. Alright. Take their 2. Push on 1. Win the team fight on 2. Then push on 1. Win this team fight. Win this team fight. Just win the team fight. Just focus on winning the team fight. As soon as we've like taken out the majority. Alright, one more. Push a little bit more, push a little bit more. A little bit more. They're so low. Focus on the lows. No. Almost. Oh my god, push their... As soon as we get this, push their 1. I'm gonna take back 3. Nice. Whoever's on 1, go support 1. But watch 2, defend 2 if it starts getting capped. So as soon as you win the team fight, you don't want to be sitting around 2. You don't want to wait. The moment you kill them, go. Push their 1. Capture that 1. So long as he's here, he's literally wasting his dead time. Push their 1, push their 1. Capture 2. Defend 2, sorry. Because they're wasting their time on me. Like, this is the worst thing you want to do, is sit here with me on a node you already have. You're wasting time, bro. Alright, don't let them take 2, and don't let them take 1 as well. Win the fight, push to 1. Defend 1. We need that 1, guys. We need that 1. Darrow, if you see someone darting this way, you're gonna have to come defend me. Okay, we're almost winning it. Push that 1. Win that 1. I'll meet you guys on 2. It's all about nodes. We want to have more nodes than them at all times. Alright, defend 2. They're all on 2. I'm getting pecked the shit out of. Yeah. Focus the low HP 1. Nice. I'm gonna go defend 3. Daryl, maybe come help me on 3. Might have to win a team fight on 1. Alright, it's fine. Marilize is here. Go back to 2, Daryl. Alrighty, nice. We got 1 more dude. Very nice. Alright, good stuff. Do I have heals up or no?
Yeah.
Alright, wait, hold on. Okay, go. Heal. Nice. Alright, nice. I'm gonna push back on our 1. Push 1 if we don't already have it. Yeah, push 1. Capture 1. Alright, we're gonna need help on 3. They're capping out 3. We can't let them have 3. There's like 3. They're gonna probably push 2 once they have it. So watch out. You're gonna meet on 2. They're capping... Yeah, they capped out 3. So don't worry about 3. Make sure you defend 2 because they're all gonna be pushing on 2. I'm gonna go take back our 3. Force them to make a decision. Win the team fight on 2. Once you've done that, go push 1. Nice. You're gonna lose 1, but that's fine. Daryl, just yeah, they're gonna probably come harass me on 3, but yeah, just win the fight on 1. They're taking 2.
Oh, they are hurting us.
It's fine, just stick together. If you lose that fight, it's fine. Or push on 2, then defend 2. You could try it again. Don't let them take 2. Harass, harass, harass. Oh, so close. So long as there's more of you on the node than there are of them, you will be preventing them. Okay, that's bad. We need to cap back 2 ASAP. If you see that you guys are low, rather fall back, wait for reinforcements. Don't do the 1v1 strategy, because you will lose 1v3, 1v4. Alright, nice. We're all here. Let's all do a push. Watch out for the fire. Don't step in the fire. They update strategy. They have like 3 fire chickens now. They've learned. So just watch out. Fire hurts. Just watch out for the fire. Peck them where it's free. Don't get you baited into the fire. Cap this. Let's go push. Push 1. Push on their 1. They're going. So now they have a decision. Are they double capping us? Alright, they're gonna have to split. Alright, you guys take this. You stay there. Let me see if I can harass for a bit. 2v1. Alright, win the team fight on 2. Alright, they're gonna go defend their 1 again. So you guys just win that, and then we want to win 3 as well. I'm gonna try harass as best as I can.
One's on 1 or 3?
Push 1. I'll go 3 with Daryl. I killed one of their dudes, so you guys will have 1 less to worry about. I'll be harassed. Daryl, maybe pull back and come on 3, so we can make a concerted effort with 2. I'm gonna need help. Oh yeah, stay on 1. Daryl, you rather come to 3, unless you're good there. If you see someone running, Daryl, then yeah, you just follow. Yeah, someone on me. Surprise him, Daryl. Sneaky mode. I don't know where. Bam! RKO! Alright.
Okay, they all on 3 now.
Yeah,
On
you're all gonna have to push on 2.
Okay, got 1.
Good job, Daryl. Probably gonna get reinforcements here. Alright, let's go all on 2, Daryl. Let's go. Melee, get ready with the heals, but not yet. Do you have heals? Use?
Yep.
Alright, nice. Daryl, come with me on 3. Yeah, nice. You guys push on 1 if they're not on 2. They're gonna try take 3. I think it's just 1 dude. Yeah, it's just 1 dude. It's got fire. Watch out for the fire. I'm gonna drop poison on him. Alright, he's running. He's retreating. So we good. Let's go. Let's move. Daryl, you go. I'll 1v1 this guy. What are you even doing, bro? Trying to debate me?
Yeah, we got 1.
Right, nice. Your game crashed. No! I'm gonna need help, Daryl. On 3. There's 2 of them on 3. I'm not gonna be able to take them all. Yeah, there's multiple. You guys gonna have to push their 1. Push their 1. We're gonna lose it. Don't worry, push their 1. Push their 1. We're gonna lose 3, but push their 1. And then come as soon as you can to 2.
Okay.
The moment you have it, come on 2. We can't let them take 2. Alright, Daryl, good harassing on 3. I'm coming to you. Nice. We're almost there. Hold it together, guys. Just a little bit more. We won this game. And this is back. Alright, that's a GG. Well played, guys. Very well done. That was
Nice.
intense. That was tough. But you guys held together really well. It's all about that teamwork. GG. Well played.
Yay!
It's like so much effort. Okay. Sorry, let me catch up with chat. This is the longest plug here. Hey Ernesto. Any word on the bard getting a buff? A lot of changes are coming up, as Annie has already mentioned. We have a dedicated designer on the Bard who's working on the changes. So one of the huge changes that's already live is the healing fixes that you can already see for yourself on preview. Sorry, if I said live, I meant preview. And a bunch of other changes in the works as well. Mainly, the majority of it is buffs to the Bard class. That was funny as hell, I know. We need to queue again to see if I can do one more. And then maybe I'll read this blog post. See if we get one more pop. It's so much effort. I need to do like 5 a day if I want to like finish up this season still. Whew. I think the most effort is just like adapting the strategy, you know, because you can't stick to one thing. It's like a game of chess. You have to counter, basically. And I noticed they upped their strategy and started going more fire near the end. I'm surprised that I survived that long in PvP. Well, you did really good. Your team was really good. It was very well matched, Kiara. And especially without coordination. Like, I don't think you guys were in comms, so you guys did really well. We might have missed the pop. The healing bard will be buffed more, much more. Like, much more, Nesto. Like, basically doubled, if not more. You made a warlock and a healer since I'm at 100% mount poster and with NW packs from Battle Pass. Okay, nice, yeah. Bard's gonna definitely be viable on the healing front. It's hard to tell where. There might even be OP. Like, quite OP, but we'll have to wait and see. I might have to ask for some help again. To get a pop going. And it's fun. You don't lose anything. Like, you don't need gear. You don't need nothing. It's a fun little excursion. Fun little activity.
I expected people to run it more.
It depends on the time. I know as it gets closer to 6-7 hour time, like it's constantly running. But now they're first getting in, doing their RSC, doing their rad queue, doing their trial. Your bard is DPS. Oh, DPS is also getting buffed as well. A lot of buffs are being applied. There's apparently an internal change that happened. Instead of a value being 5%, or rather instead of it being 50%, it was 5%. So yeah, you'll be seeing some buffs to the DPS side as well. AP region has been redone as well, it seems, so it should be more on par with other classes. I mean, if you read that thread that Annie linked, it covers pretty much the majority of the things in there that you can expect. Yeah, and it's nice that we have like an entire designer dedicated to it, you know? Because it was in a bad place for a very long time. With things not working. Like your two main heal abilities. Just, yeah, really underperforming. Alright, I'm gonna give this like 1 more minute. And if we don't get a pop down, I'm gonna go to reading this article. What kind of music do we want to it as a background, Annie?
Epic music.
It's like it's a half an hour read. Half an hour of epic music. PvP where? I'll leave that choice to you. Alright. How about Never Gonna Give You Up on repeat for like half an hour?
You know?
Icewind Dale PvP? Oh. I mean... Yeah, it's not the same though. You can 1v1 people? Yeah, but then you don't get anything out of it. At least this, you're gaining progress towards your PvP campaign. And you're gaining glory, which you can use for your guild. Alright, it looks like we're not going to get another pup. We might have to organize this another day. Oh. But I appreciate you guys putting the effort in. I think I only need 10 more for my own campaign. The majority I earned through actual seasons. Yeah, I just need 10 more wins, which is a mission. Because you see how much effort you have to put in. 10 wins. I got until Thursday. Oh my god.
That was fun though, thank you.
Yeah, it would be nice if we could have at least gotten one more game in, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
We try one more message. Let's see. I can't ask Alliance now because they're going to do an influence run. Kiara, is that happening now for you, by the way? Or no? Not yet. What Kiara is saying is I should go to Icewind Dale and ask there. Because it's double currency? Wheels on the bus go round and round. Oh my god. What if we did a 5-man fire team? Like literally just fire everywhere. I mean, it's a
The
good
other
way
team
to,
would be pissed.
it's a good way to keep them off the node, you know? And you have that ranged attack. If you all target the same person with your fire seed, like you can kill them. Because it does, I think, like 3 damage. If you stack the fire circles, the rogue chicken will struggle. Very true, yeah. Because you need to stay on that node to counter the capture. And if you can't do that, that's why I said that you want always at least 2. But 5? Imagine, you basically make circles. Inner and outer layer of circles, they can't stand anyway. Just keep the whole thing lit. We might not need the healer. I mean, the healer came in clutch, but it was very situational. I think, Melly, if you were fire, we had 3 fire, 2 rogues. That might have worked out better. I mean, we might have to change up the strategy, depending on what they have. Like, if they have a lot of firebirds, then, yeah, it's a bit tough. Alright, we're not gonna get another pop, so I guess we'll call it for now. Maybe we'll try a bit later. I'll ping you guys. But I'm excited to read this blog post. Like, that's the main highlight for me. So let me go switch to that. Daryl, Pharrell, Melly, Organism, thank you guys so much for joining.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And Pharrell, if you want to do, I don't know, Daryl, if you do it, but if you want to do Reaper's challenge in a bit after I've read this challenge, more than happy to go through with that. Alright, catch you guys later. So, now it's up for the fun part. As soon as we finish reading the AMA, we can move on to other things. This is going to be our main focus right now. We get to see the nice rounded face of Mr. Brett Norton. I just don't know what kind of music we're going to go with. Should we do like a soft, epic background music?
Yeah. I'll be right back.
Alright. Let me find some nice background music for this. Alright, this is 25 minutes long. I got 25 minutes to read this thing. What do you think, Annie? 25 minutes doable? Alright, let's do a sound level check. Alright, we're setting the mood here. Setting the tone. ladies and gentlemen. Today I present to you an AMA that was done with the CCP members. No, it is not the organization that you think of. It is the Content Creators Program, where a bunch of random people get together to do random things about a game that they enjoy and they're passionate about. And today's edition covers an AMA that was done behind the scenes, privately, never before seen, with Mr. Brett Norton. Some questions were asked, some questions were answered, some questions were dodged, but at the end of the day, we have answers for you. Answers that may prove interesting, that may give you a bit of hype, may give you a bit of hope for what's to come in the coming weeks, months. I do want to give a huge shout out to Anelia for putting this together. She basically went through all the audio and basically typed it all up to put in this blog post, which is insane because it is huge. And I'm going to try to get through it. So without further ado, here we go. A few weeks ago, the community got to meet the new executive producer of Neverwinter, Brett Norton, during a Q&A Driftwood Tavern stream. You can find our summary of that stream and a full unedited playback of the community Q&A session over here. I'll drop that in the chat. So, on Friday, I know this is not an April Fool's, okay? On April the 1st, that was just happened to be the timing that, Brett had. Some of the members of the Content Creator Program, namely Harper Steele, Edio, Deadmano, and ourselves in Neverwinter for Noobs, had the opportunity to chat with Brett and ask our own questions, covering a few more subjects that Brett didn't cover in his first stream. Brett has worked for Cryptic Studios for a little over 3 years and has been playing Neverwinter for a little bit longer, around 3.5 years. He's familiar with the game from a player standpoint, but didn't directly work on Neverwinter until recently. Although he did work with some of the people on Neverwinter before becoming the new executive producer. He was responsible for the design department at Cryptic Studios before joining the Neverwinter team, but now his job is mainly Neverwinter while overseeing some of the ongoing work on Champions Online. And this is the interview. Starting with our own team at Neverwinter for Noobs, we asked Brett several questions to kick off the session. Anelia asked, regarding the roadmap, you said the last Driftwood Tavern stream that the last 6 months of the roadmap have not yet been finalized. When do you expect this to be confirmed and released to the players? To which Brett responded with, we are working on a new roadmap. We're working on what the longer term plans are. We don't have that fully confirmed as yet though. The ETA for the current roadmap should be hopefully sometime in the next 2 months. For a little bit of context, we're in the midst of wrapping up a lot of the work required for our next module release, so things are, as you might imagine, have been fairly busy here on the Neverwinter development side as we try to get the next module after Dragonmoon Veil ready to go. So there, right off the bat, we can see we have an upcoming module. Straight after things. Anelia jumped straight in with I had an interview with Salim Grant last year and a couple of the other CCP members, Silver and Deadmano, interviewed another developer, and we discovered from those interviews that we, the player base, seem to have a different view to the developers as to what an endgame player is, being a character that can access and successfully complete all available content. So I'm wondering, what do you consider an endgame player to be? And Brett's response? I'll talk about that a bit more broadly. I know myself, having played Neverwinter for a while now, and I mentioned this in the previous stream, I actually have at least one near endgame character that I've completed the Trial of the Mad Mage, or rather Tower of the Mad Mage and Zario's Challenge, and such on. I also have other characters that have finished the leveling experience, but probably not geared up enough to take on something like Trial of the Mad Mage just yet. So he has completed it, but the others haven't. Okay, cool. Once you get to level 20 and you start engaging with the item level progression mechanics internally, we say that endgame is, okay, you finish the leveling experience, now you're endgame. So that's how they define this, right? You get to level 20, You have the item level progression with the mechanics they have, and we say, okay, you're now endgame. But we have different categorizations of endgame. We have early endgame, in that you have just finished the learning experience. You probably have not done all of the endgame adventures yet, and you likely have an item level of under 30,000. As you go through the adventures, there's a lot of easy progression there for an early endgame player. We go then to a mid-game or mid-endgame experience, which is roughly budgeted at somewhere in the range of about 35,000 to about 55,000. True, yeah. As you progress and finish up campaigns, acquire a lot of good gear, upgrade your enchants, companions, mounts, etc., you then start to progress into something closer to endgame, or the true endgame, what we endgamers refer to the endgame. When you start approaching the current higher item level ranges, 55,000 item level upwards, is roughly when you're getting into sort of the real endgame, when you could start tackling a lot of the really challenging content like Hardcore Vault of Stars, possibly Crown of Keldagon. Although I'll say Crown's targets are pretty high end, even over that range, closer to 65, 75,000 item level, depending on what role you are. So there's broad spectrum spread of what endgame is, where players are with their progression, and what kind of activities that they're doing. With the types of trials and dungeons available, different audiences are going to be able to complete some of those more than others. As an example, Vault of Stars is targeted at being able to start that around mid-game right now, and I'd say that the similar content such as Random Trial Queue is currently around early endgame, given that most trials are relatively straightforward. Whereas, surprisingly, random advanced dungeon queues are actually probably targeted a bit more towards the mid-game and current late endgame, as is obviously something like Crown of Keldagon or Vault of Stars. And then Anelia asked, the changes in Mod 21 were said to be making it easier for players to reach endgame. The majority of the player base, as I said earlier, consider endgame to be a character that can access and successfully complete all available content. With this in mind, and considering previous feedback on this topic from our Neverwinter for Noobs community, would you agree that the recent enchantment changes have undone the changes made in Mod 21, and that it is just as difficult now for a player to reach our definition of endgame? And Brett says, I would say that there's definitely a lot of activities that you're expected to do to get to the given item level requirements. For something like late endgame, it's a long process to get there, and I agree that some of the changes to the refinement system have added more time between when a player starts the early endgame experience, when they've just finished the leveling sprint, perhaps started on the adventures, and it's the point in which they can tackle something again, like the really challenging Vault of Stars or Crown of Keldagon content. I wouldn't say it's just particular to something like the enchantment system changes though. It's more that as we release new modules, the gap is somewhat increased between when players come out of the leveling experience as to when they become viable to do whatever the most challenging content currently is. Which, again, yeah, it's true. You don't want to just have the player be able to have access to everything off the get-go, because then they kind of feel confused, they don't know where to go, there's no clear guidance in, what they should be doing. And we notice that more and more, like Vault of Stars was clearly another one at, 40k item level, getting into Sharandar at 45k, getting into Dragonbone Vale, it increases as it goes. So, and we can expect to see that growth as well. And the newer players are kind of going to most likely get left behind in some regard, unless we have, changes to the seal gear, or if they, ramp up whatever new starter player gear you get. So this has been increasing bit by bit since roughly around module 16-17. That gap has gone up quite a bit since then, and time has also increased it. We haven't done a lot in the way of what I would consider bootstrapping, that's the term right there. For example, when it's like, okay, we have a player that just exited the leveling experience and they're coming out of the content at level 20 at say 25k item level, maybe 30k, depending on how things are going. But they need to get to 60, 65k to have a reasonable chance at doing more bleeding edge, or they love to use that term, content, or whatever the most recent endgame content is at that time. It's a long process to get up to that high item level. Oh, it definitely is for a new player. And it's probably too long a process right now. See, he agrees with that. I'm glad that they do acknowledge that. It is quite hard for a new player to get there. Not impossible, but definitely grindy. And especially if you don't do things like that new hunt system, or, get into Vault of Stars, get your gears. Because item level is not, the be-all and end-all. You need actual meaningful gear that provides a boost to your percentages, your bonuses. And companions play a huge part in that. I'd love to see, more more effort that they put on their part with companions and giving out players more companion tokens. So we are looking at ways to expedite that, make it quicker for players to get through existing content and gear their characters up so that they're viable for late, bleeding edge endgame. Our team has also talked about some systematic balance changes. Oh no, before you guys panic and think they're going to rework systems again, hold on. That will make it easier for players who don't have, for example, mythic level enchantments or mythic level companions and have them be more effective early on in progression. Yes! This, exactly. That is what needs to happen. Buff them across the board so even if you have epic level companions, they're still useful. That would be really nice. We don't want to reduce the power of mythic enchantments, but there has been discussion on some of the non-mythic, epic, rare quality, etc. companions on being more valuable to a player. There's definitely a way that some things like mounts, companions, and a few other things are balanced. Right now, a large chunk of the power from these comes in at the last couple of levels of upgrades, and we want to modify that a bit so that there's more power available at earlier levels. Thank you. That, for a new player or mid players, is going to be amazing. So we're not going to decrease the amount of power you get of a mythic level enchantment or mythic level company. It wouldn't make sense at all. Just leave that. But look at pre-mythic levels of those things being more valuable to a player and able to impact your character more positively. So, as a result, you'll be able to move up through the ranks of item level and effective total power much quicker. And what they even can do, if they really wanted to buff things to make it more viable, right? Let's say epic and legendaries gave you a bigger boost closer to the mythic value, and then you could just add an additional effect to the mythic companions, you know? Like, for example, let's say a mythic companion gives you 7.5% CA. At mythic level, you can also get a secondary bonus stat. Maybe it gives you movement speed or, you know, just something random to still make mythic more viable for the end gamer, because they'll be getting something out of it. But then the players at the lower spectrum are still getting the bonuses, and you know, they're not going to really miss out on the extra side effects. So that would be cool to see. Wait for it, yeah. Just to add to that very briefly, quite a few of my community feel who were playing before the Mod 21 changes and were still progressing to what you call early to mid game, end game, that all the changes in Mod 21 that made it easier to get to level 20 and beyond have now been undone. And the thing that they comment on the most is the enchantment changes. They feel that this is the area where it's failed them more so. Which then Brett says, I think it is tied to the natural trend of us releasing a higher and higher item level content over time. And I think that the enchantment system is getting flagged right now because it is one of the most recent things to change. But obviously there's certain elements like how item level and certain combat changes play out that have an impact on that too, where those things are significant contributors to item level, and it's now looked at as a requirement to get your character through and getting experiences to grind those up to mythic level, or something along those lines. So the enchantment changes have definitely contributed to it, but I think that we've seen a definite trend towards that over the last several modules, where it's like, oh, we can go up, we have more stuff, you have more things yet to gradually increase your item level more, etc., and those are the elements that you can't expedite. As much as going into Dragonmoon Vale and finding new items, that's a relative shorter path, or just going through some of the other zones and picking up summer hunts or whatnot in Avernus to hopefully drop a couple of items you might need, like Gurista's horns, etc. Okay, and I mean, to some degree it's true, the enchantment changes might be an unpopular opinion, but they did increase the ceiling level, right? There's much more item level to be gained now if you look at it from a max perspective. The only issue is it's not as accessible for the mid-game player as it was. I mean, even they're offering in the Zen store, giving, you know, what was it, rank 3s? Epic quality, not even legendaries? So that's kind of like the new grind. And I could totally get a grind for an endgame player, like collars were always the grind for the true endgame player, right? Mythic collars, that's like maybe 0.1% of the player base. But enchantment shouldn't have been that much of a grind, in my opinion. They could have made it harder to get to mythic, but the lower spectrum, you know, like epic and legendary should have been much more accessible. Hey, Corpse. So we'll see what changes to make there. And then Anelias, on the subject of hunts in Avernus, Nightspine is still very broken, at least on Xbox, and causing chaotic lag and stealing players' lures. I've heard about this one. Brett says we can try to take a look at Nightspine as well and the other hunts in Avernus as we go forward. At the bare minimum, trying to resolve some of the issues with those hunts and make it such that it's not an experience that requires a huge group. Part of the problem is that Nightspine was designed for when Avernus was much more of a bleeding edge standard of the current content. True, because Hans, like especially your ribcage, that was like the, still is one of the best items you can acquire. It was easier to get groups of large people to handle it, and right now that's not the case. He's obviously several modules out at this point, and having it require multiple groups to go back and do it is not the desirable experience right now, and it's not something that I think players look forward to. And then Anelia asks, it can be done with a mixed group of around 10 players at what you call mid-end game onwards, but the lag is so insane that if you added more people into a run and had a full instance, the instance itself crashes and boots out all those players to the dashboard on Xbox. We've had that so many times now and lost viewers as a result. To which Brett says it should not crash, so that's a larger, more critical issue to address, even if it's a challenge factor. So it's probably something that we'll take a look at, because Nightspine has some unique powers that are probably triggering it. We try to make sure that we get a comprehensive internal issue noted with tracking all the potentials, but there's a lot of things we could do to Nightspine. It's actually currently already on our list to look at further, but we'll expedite, especially with it causing Xbox crashes. Okay. We got a swift update on this shortly after the AMA interview that a major cause of the crashes during Nightspine has recently been addressed. Well, look at that. Isn't that very nice? And then Anelia asks, we know from in the past, take Magic Legends as an example, that some staff are moved from the Neverwinter team and onto the other Cryptic Studio game teams periodically, and that some developers work between different games sometimes. Yourself, as an example, you worked on Champions and now you're on Neverwinter. I saw Cryptic's most recent recruitment adverts on LinkedIn this week and noticed a future project noted on there. And I know you're still recruiting for Neverwinter as well. Listen, we're not supposed to talk about the new upcoming Borderlands MMO that Cryptic is going to be working on. Come on, listen. I should have mentioned that on the 1st of April, right? Oh, I could have reread that then. That would have been amazing. That has left me wondering if there's a chance that any of the current Neverwinter team are going to be pulled off of Neverwinter for a short time or permanently to work on that new future project. And if so, how will that impact your current roadmap and timings of getting things out to the players? I really hope it doesn't. We've had that once now. Hopefully they've learned from that. So what are they hiring? A lead environment artist. Very nice. Their art, their environment art, is always top tier. Senior infrastructure software engineer, that could really help with, the issues that you're having. Future project for the game director, makes sense. Someone to head that up. And then a senior technical animator. Okay. And to that, Brett responds with, so, with the respect to that, Cryptic staff are split among several projects. We have Champion, Star Trek Online, Neverwinter, and we have an internal core programming team. In addition, we have new projects that are usually ongoing at any given time. Developers will often stay on a project, whether it's STO, Neverwinter, etc., for a reasonable amount of time. A reasonable amount of time could be anywhere from a couple of years to, if they really like the game they're working on, they might be on that team for an extreme amount of time. For example, 10 plus years. We try to make sure that our developers are engaged and they're having fun there and enjoying their work. But the reality is that after 4 or 5 years of Neverwinter, STO or other games, sometimes they want to try something new and ask if they could be rotated off to one of the other games. Whether it's Neverwinter, whether it's STO. We've had back and forth transfers between STO and Neverwinter for a while. Not just in new projects as well. So we try to set that up for our developers because it's important for us to ensure that they are enjoying the work. And that's very true. Because if they're not having fun, they're not going to put the kind of passion and effort that you would expect. And things kind of just slow to a crawl. So that's good that they do that. They have healthy new challenges. They get to try out new things. We've even had times when people on a team wanted to change roles. Oh, we've seen that. I mean, Lasser was a great example of that, right? Going from, producer to systems designer. I know a couple of others in the team have done that. We've had artists on STO going from doing things like the effects to go on to doing things like ship art and stuff like that as well. I mean, hell, you even have Julia, who's a community manager, being a producer on one of the contents. So, I mean, yeah, you definitely do see it. And it's good. It's good to be on all those different roles, get the experience in so that you can better, work on your game, understand your community better. So that's really nice. But they were just like, I really want to try something else out to advance my art skills. So we try to carve out opportunities for this. Because the reality is, if we don't create opportunities for our staff, then they may leave Cryptic. So it's important for us to say, we'd rather have you stay at Cryptic and give you this opportunity. That's a nice work ethos. With respect to how that influences Neverwinter development, We generally try to have a long-term forecast, such as we know that X game in a year and a half will want staff, and we will be looking at people across all projects. Add cryptic as to who might be the best fit for the new projects, etc. If that's the case, we make sure that we, as much as possible, preemptively plan our staffing around the project so that we can bring people in ahead of time to train up and know how to replace them or shuffle people's duties around. For example, if a lead on Neverwinter wants to go to another project, we start training up a new lead intern to handle those responsibilities. I know from a community standpoint that raises some questions, but internally this is vital to the health and development of our new talent, as well as making sure that people at Cryptic are happy with the type of work that they're doing. Okay. Hashtag spoilers, yeah. Alright, there you go, a question from me. I'm at the end game. I've done all of the end game content, love the game, but a question that I and many other players find ourselves in the same positions are wondering, is there anything in the foreseeable future that you could talk about today that we can look forward to in terms of replayable content? Reaper's Challenge has been a great addition. It's repeatable, it's always randomized, you never know what you're going to get, and sometimes it can produce some really fun results. Is there anything that we can look forward to in that regard? Not just a new dungeon or trial, just something that gives you the incentive of randomness and not just a normal grind. To which Brett then says, there are specifically things with the next module that are targeted at exactly that. We're trying some new elements with module 23. It will be a very different module than pretty much any other module that Neverwinter has had so far. And full disclosure, when I came into the project, module 23 was about halfway in development. We're trying to make sure that everything we put out is polished and different. I don't want to spoil too much because we're going to be releasing marketing trailers for mod 23 relatively soon. Once the trailer is released, I'll be free to talk a little bit more about what exact features in it are. We took a great note of what Reaper Challenge was. We've had a lot of fun with it. We have. I've run it multiple times too, and I enjoy a lot of it. At the same time, we're looking at ways to have things that are a bit more replayable that players can do. From our end, it is systematic content. Like this is not easy to build. It's very time consuming to build a dungeon, as an example, and we want to find out a way to keep players engaged for longer and keep some of the randomization. And that's true, like we have so many good dungeons. All they would need to do is look at unique and fun and exciting ways to make it exciting to run. For example, they could literally just add different pathings. A good example is Lair of Lostmoth that does this, where I'm sure you guys have run it before. There's a segment where randomly one of the 3 chosen doors will lead to a different path. That's a great example of reusing an existing dungeon and keeping up, the replayability. Now, if they did that more and to a greater effect in all the other dungeons that we have, we would have much more fun running them because it wouldn't feel like the same thing over and over. Randomization is truly the key. If they add that, random mobs, random mob effects, random paths, there's so much that they can do. Just reuse the content you have, because that's what we're missing. We're not missing content. The game has so much content. What we're missing is a way to redo that content. That is fun, that is exciting, that is challenging. Tales of the Old was a great example. They literally reused existing assets and made a fun event out of that. That's how you do that. And, based on what is being said here, we may be able to expect that sooner than we thought with Module 23. I hate that you left the door in. Yeah. We've looked at some of the things we attempted to pull off with expeditions. Yes, and that was fun. Mod 17 or 16, no, it was 17? No, 16. Mod 16, I remember how much I spoke about that. I loved expeditions. Expeditions were so much fun. They were so exciting. And that is what we needed. It was something fun to do. I loved doing expeditions. It never felt boring. It never felt stale. And what we didn't like about where expeditions were, hopefully they talk about the little dude that will get stuck in the door, but looked at some things we thought were successes. We've also looked at some of the elements like Barovia hunts, and also content like Reaper's Challenge. And we've tried to come up with a new feature which will be similar to all of those in some respects, but not exactly like any of them. And that will hopefully encapsulate and give players a lot of new and variable challenges. Man, they take in my 3 favorite things of the game. That's gonna be fun. There are things that are designed to be very easy and very soloable. That's good, because not many people want to like get groups, and they're not really good at being social and, you know, finding groups, so that's important. And there are things in there that are designed to tax good players. Good, because you want a nice, you know, mix of that. Make it pretty hard for them and allow them to put a lot of that challenge on themselves. We also wanted to try something extremely difficult that you could only do with a closed private group, and in contrast, content that is moderately challenging and is more suitable for a public group, so they can jump in and tackle it as well. So obviously this was all great on paper, amazing words. This guy is like, you know, spoon feeding everything you want to hear about where you want this game to go. So my follow-up question had to be, do you have any idea of when we could expect to see some of these things that you mentioned? And are you able to share any details on the content at all? A slight spoiler maybe? To which got a very short reply. Looking at the current dates and where we're at, unless something goes catastrophically wrong, it'll be less than 3 months from today. So we kind of have a date, guys. So about July, maybe mid-July, we might see a new module.
That's exciting.
And there will be dragons. Who would have known? That's all I had to say. There will be dragons. It makes sense. Everything's kind of catered around there. You got the companion. You got that doohickey type flying dragon for utility belt. So all of those people who didn't buy into that, finally our investment will pay off. Because initially it wasn't great, just for crown. But then you started getting extra things where it will be viable. So cool. There will be dragons. And then we have Harper Steele here, who asked, I deal a lot with new players, like Neverwinter for noobs as well, and I guess some of the questions that I had come up have also been about bridging between campaigns. I see a lot of the times if you aren't a player that gear chases and grinds Voss over and over again to get those coveted ring gear drops, and you have all the campaigns done, then what is there left to do between campaigns? Very true. What do you have to even do for the legacy other than story? We tend to see a player base drop between mod launches because of this. I also asked in the last Driftwood Tavern stream about the Foundry, and also wanted to ask about any potential plans for PvP in the future. Wow, a lot of things going on there in that post. And Brett responds with, we certainly see the trend of player number drops between content releases as well. So they do acknowledge that. That is good. We have metrics for what we look at in terms of how players play and how they engage. We have specific separate initiatives to address that too. We've been trying to put more value in some of the events we've ran previously, such as Help It, Harvester, and specifically Siege of Neverwinter, which I really hope gets a rework, because we've been promised that for like, what, 2-3 iterations? We still don't have the rework? At least we have the currency, and they did remove the supplies, which we still sad. Was it you, Anelia, that had all those extra supplies that are worthless now? Like me, I have like several thousand. As such, that event, if you've completed all of the current campaigns, the events have enough value that you can get progression material that help you advance your character in some way. True, but it isn't enough. The amount of time that they expect you to put in, which is 21 days, generally either 14 or 21 days, 3 weeks, but you barely get anything out of it. Let's look at it. 5 events at 2 weeks a pop to get a mythic companion or a legendary mount, which in my opinion should have been a mythic mount. It's a lot of work for a minimal reward, and it's not because it's 2 weeks, it's about the fact that it spans over possibly multiple months, if not a year. Like, I don't think you can get it even in a year. So you're going to be playing for a year just to get one mythic companion. Like, I can promise you now, you'll get your own mythic companion before then. It's too slow. The progression is too slow. The rewards are not enough. They need to up those rewards if they want to keep players engaged and make them excited for these events. Because right now it's a drag. And especially the first and second tabs, they're minimal. I can't remember what the exact rewards were off the top of my head, but I think it was like 1 token gave you like 2 companion or mount tokens, or maybe even less. But it wasn't great. So you put all that effort in, and you're barely getting anything. Because, I mean, what's 2 tokens going to get you a day? Considering how much you need to upgrade your mounts and companions. So they could definitely bump those numbers by a factor higher than that. Even Reaper's Challenge, for example. They're giving you epic shards when those drop like candy everywhere else. And whether you buy one epic shard or one, legendary shard, it makes no sense. So, rewards definitely need to be looked at. I wouldn't mind a module where they just overhaul that and focus on, giving the best value for mid-game players. So if you're still trying to max out some of your Enchanter companions, if you at least log in, run through Harvester or Help It or whatever the current event is, you're getting materials that help you advance your character towards being prepared for the next module. Not really. Because it's like, what is that value? Like what, 1%? That's like 1% of your character being geared up. You barely get anything. Like, let's be honest. Someone could do the maths for me. But, how many tokens can you get from an event? If you get 1 a day, you get 2 if you run it again, right? Like, what's the most? The daily one. You can get 2? And then depending on how many tokens you get, I can tell you now that you will not be able to upgrade one of your companions to, let's say, from Legendary to Mythic or Epic to Legendary. So how is it really helping you? If we had multiple events, in between modules, that would help, but they're so spread out. If you're trying to build up your character to tackle something like Vote of Stars Hardcore, the events will help you progress towards that goal. They won't though. They won't. Like, it's the only worthwhile thing is, the last tab. There's an amazing legendary mount that deals amazing single target damage and counts towards your bolster. There's a mythic companion, and that's helpful. But the first tab is, it's so minor. And then the second tab is overloads, which, it helps, but that's only really an added extra for the endgame player. If you're using those as a mid player, it's going to help you very, very little compared to all the other things that you could do.
109 is following the family.
Hey, Adil, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate you. All of you joining in, by the way, we are reading the wonderful AMA that some of us at the CCP did that Emilia put together in words. Emilia, if you want to drop the link for anyone that wants to save it in their own time. We are looking at new events and other things like that too, and trying to make some of the older event rewards more enticing. How about all of them? Alongside that, we are looking at potentially bringing back some older events that I mentioned in the last Driftwood Tavern stream, such as Call to Arms. That's going to be amazing. CTA, plus we're getting Day of the Dungeon Master coming up. We're looking at ways to bring that back, but we want to wrap that around in a way that it's worthwhile for both new and older players to gauge in it. Such that it's not, you do this until you get those specific rewards and you never need to run it again. True! Like, thank you for addressing that, because that's the majority of the content in this game. You get what you need and you never run it again. Look at Sharandar, look at Dragonbone Vale, look at Vault of Stars. Like, once you get what you need, you never need to run it again. There's no incentive to run it. And that's the issue with the game. There is so much content in this game, but there is no incentive to run it. Because once you have what you need, you're done. And that is not good. Not for an MMO. I would understand if it was a single player game. That's why I always say Neverwinter is not an MMO. Neverwinter is an ARPG. You group together with a bunch of buddies, you whack some things out of the park, you finish the module, and GG, you good. Come back next module. Which is, it has its pros and cons. It's good if you're a completionist like me, but, considering this is like my main game and I treat it as an MMO, it means I'm left with these dry spells until the next module release. So hopefully that gets addressed, because there's a lot more than rewards that needs fixing. We need replayable content, and that was addressed. So module 23, fingers crossed, that should hopefully be a start of something. What's CDA? That's Call to Arms. I haven't personally done it, but from what I understood, it was a bunch of, I guess, mini events that you could do. You can get rewards from them. Problem with it in its current state is those that have already done CTA, they're not going to be excited for it unless for nostalgia's sake, because, they've already got all the rewards. So, which is addressed here. So they're aware of that. So we talked about PvP and some solutions internally. PvP is tough from a balance of a logistics standpoint from what we're trying to do. We have an idea of a mode of PvP. Okay, so this probably, for those of you that don't know, I think Project Neverwinter Heroes, I think that's what they gave it internally. It was supposed to be a game mode where gear is irrelevant. You go in with like a starter class, basically like chicken PvP. You pick your class, you go in, it's based purely on skill. And I really wish someone like specifically asked, how is, Project Neverwinter Heroes going? Like, do we have a time frame? Like, what's happening with that? Because it's not necessarily PvP. It's their little project they've been working on the side for quite some time now. We have an idea of a mode of PvP that we've discussed that we want to develop. I thought that was in development already. Interesting. I honestly thought it was in development. And that mode would hopefully address some of those issues, but the reality is it's not currently on our list to be done for Module 23. Okay, so PvP is going to be slated yet again. We have no idea when. Same for Strongholds. We're trying to figure out if and when we can do it. It's something that would take a reasonable amount of manpower to execute on the realities that PvP balance is very, very picky, and it takes a lot of time. Well, I mean, you remove the gear dependency and have a class-based, and you already have a fraction of balance at your disposal. The chicken PvP is, pretty well balanced. You try one strategy, you see what the other team has. When you die, you respawn, you pick another class to counter them. So the strategy is constantly evolving. That is just, purely based on the skill base of the players. So if they just take what's good of the chicken PvP, and, I think the talk was, when we had a discussion, you could play as like Sergeant Nox, Zuna, Celeste, basically the heroes of Neverwinter. Imagine that. Like, you pick your hero and you go in, and we can think, maybe Nox is like a tank. It's going to be a barbarian, maybe a DPS. It depends, Celeste obviously going to be the healer. Zuna going to be the rogue. It would be pretty cool. But yeah, better for them to take their time than rush it. You can already see that we definitely have enough balance issues with the PvE aspect of the game that we're trying to address. True. Scaling with instanced, tiered dungeons. That would help, And we're seeing that. And I can't speak of things, but it's coming! It's coming! We have a fix for that. And they're doing more of it. And you guys will know, which will probably be in the 3 months, if I'm guessing. So we're trying to stay somewhat focused on the PvE content right now. Which is good, because, I mean, the game is majority PvE. There's no point dedicating resources to something that other games do as, like, their bread and butter, It would be nice to have, but we sorely are lacking on the PvE front. I agree with you, and the standpoint of that, it provides sort of an interstitial wait. Keeps players interested in the interim of new content releases. I've played PvP extensively in a lot of games. I'm quite a hardcore PvP. Okay, 1v1 me. Brett, this is a challenge. Let's go 1v1 chicken fight, 1v1 PvP. In many different genres. I played some games very competitively at very serious levels. Almost a pro gamer at that point. Damn, this guy's a hardcore gamer. And this is our executive producer, by the way. If that had existed 20 years ago, I probably would have been. So I don't disagree with any of those statements, but from the terms of where the team is at the moment, it's hard for us to peel off because it's something that you can't just do casually. It's something you have to take a significant investment and investure in, and right now, from a scope and manpower planning standpoint, we haven't been able to jump into it. That being said, we do actually have a way that we want to try to address this and work with it, but it's also something that couldn't just be done on the side. It will be less than a massive amount of work. So something that we could do, but I can't promise it here in the short run. It's definitely not something that I know is on the slate for the upcoming release, but something that we're working out. Alright, so there's your answer on PvP. Did he answer everything? Harper had quite a bit to unpack. It was the PvP, it was about the drops. Yeah, they pretty much addressed everything in that. Harper then had another question. I know it takes a long time to initiate changes. Going back to our latest CDP, the Collaborative Development Program, forum post for the community on the quality of life topics back in July 2020, we can still see things from that being implemented within the systems today. However, do you keep up with player demands from 2 years ago while still trying to keep a step ahead of what we want now? The player's basis priorities have changed since the CDP. It has. Long since. It has. And what is the answer to that? Because, I mean, look how long that has been. So Brett says, it's a reality that we're trying to reassess what those priorities are to ensure that we have an accurate backlog, portraying all of the requests that we have from external sources as well as internal requests, and that we reevaluate those periodically and stack rank them in a way that we're like, okay, these are the things that we can do as well, the things that we should do, and that's kind of the Venn diagram overlap we look for. we're trying to get in really good habits of making sure that we review these things multiple times during the development of each module, and well before we go into the module, look at what it is that we can do and should do. Some of those things are obviously that the community has requested. Others are things that internally we need to do to make devs' lives easier. Usually that allows us to address something that the community wants us to look at. One thing I can say, like, I obviously can't talk about it because of an NDA, but I can tell you that with regards to listening to the community, that is something that has been addressed, and you'll see more of it, especially when it comes out on preview. You could see part of that with the bard changes. There's literally an entire designer dedicated to that who is actively taking feedback from members of the community to fix up the bard class. And I mean, you know, better late than never. It was in a terrible state when it released. It remained in a terrible state for quite some time. But I'm glad to see them finally, you know, like basically picking up the ball and being like, you know, okay, these things are messed up. These things aren't where they should be. Let's get to fixing this. So you're going to see more of that. And you already can see some of these things if you are active enough in, you know, depending on where these things are being done. In this case, you know, the forum. Emilia, I know, can link you to that specific post where you could see this. These changes have already been made on preview. So you can already go see the improved bard healer, among a few other things. So it's about damn time. That's all I could say on that. And I hope we continue to see more of that. The reality is that you're correct. Sometimes things that we did 3 years ago now aren't as important to the player base, and we'll try to instead pivot to something more accurate and recent. For the most part, hopefully conversations like this with the CCP members today, as well as more general AMAs, will help us engage with the community to understand what it is that they currently think and their necessities for the game. So before we go into that, the next module, we will understand how to restack and re-rank things priority-wise. Internally, as we develop and start looking at future modules, we generally try to do feedback sessions as well as to identify what those priorities may be. So, yeah, this is true. And the reason why I say this is true is because we've been complaining for the majority of the time that there is just no reason to do anything. There's no replayability. And let's see how they tackle that, because, you know, we were pretty excited for the quote-unquote hunt system of Sharandar, and that turned out to be a massive flop, and hopefully they've learned from that. They say it's going to be fun, they say it's going to be engaging, they say it's going to be for all skill group levels, so and that's literally coming out in the next 3 months, so we'll know if they truly did learn or not. Like, I'm not going to take anything at face value because I've been burned out by that many times. They're amazing words, beautiful words. Anyone can put them down to, you know, paper. But what actually matters is how you deliver, how you actually listen to the community, and how you deliver what the community has requested. To me, I will be happy if they bring out content where I can do repeated content over and over again that is fun, exciting, challenging, randomized, and in some regard rewarding. If they can tick those boxes, I'm happy, because right now I've done everything the game has to offer. Literally everything the game has to offer. There's nothing more to do. I have to make my own content. That's not fun. That's not exciting. That's not engaging. All of the content that I've done, there's nothing to go back to farm to get, because what is there? Once he's addressed it, you know, once you have what you need, there's no reason to go back. So hopefully that changes. We'll have to see. Then Harper asks, bearing all that in mind, what does developer to player-based communication look like to you in the future? And how does the CCP, the Content Creator Program, fit into that? To which Brett has a lengthy response of, I hope to have an increased level of communication. That, in terms of cadence, hopefully, we will be able to put out something like a roadmap update anywhere between 2 to 4 times a year. Which, it's ridiculous that for an MMO, we don't have a roadmap. Like, I know a single dev, an indie dev, who has a roadmap and sticks to it. Single guy, one person. So to put out a roadmap, and I can understand why, because it's the pressure of, if you release something to the public, then you kind of have to stick to it. But I would rather than put something on the roadmap, and then if they can't meet, you know, the target deadline, just own up to it. Just be like, listen, we've had to work on these other things. We're going to have to push it back. I mean, you saw New World do that. They had, like, you know, You saw Lost Ark do that. All the big names have done that. And then they just own up to it and be like, listen, we don't want to rush this out. We want to make sure it's polished. And players will understand that. But having that level of, I don't know if you could call it secrecy, it's transparency, right? If you don't have that transparency and you're just leaving your players in the dark, that's not really good at all. You kind of want to know what is coming. And I hope we can see that. Even if it doesn't have a release date, just you can even put it as something as vague as, the first quarter. We have 4 seasons, first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter, like this is what you guys can expect. New hunt system, bam, third quarter, replayable content, second quarter, just something. It's an additional effort because we have to make a public facing version of the roadmap. We have an internal version of one, but it talks about a lot of things that could change, or dates that could move, as well as internal development for things that we don't disclose to the community. So we would be able to put a public-facing version of our roadmap with some regular cadence, probably as I said before, between 2 to 4 times a year, which is fine. Delays are the nature of the beast, and that's fine with me. Silence, not so much. Exactly. I would rather have something than nothing. I hope that we can increase general overall discussion with community, like doing these sort of AMAs. I hope that we can probably do this kind of AMA with the CCPs once a month at least. But I offer that time period based on how frequently you guys in the CCP would actually like to chat about things, as well as how often we have meaningful updates to share on the different subject matters. Yeah, because I think a lot of the times, this was the first time in 3 years that I just sit there, like I had no question to ask. Purely because I think we've asked it all. Like, I don't think I'm the only one, right? We've asked it all. We're sitting here, twiddling our thumbs, waiting for, like, things to happen. So, until things start happening, I don't think there's really much to ask. It's been asked. It's been done to death. Let's start seeing some of that be applied. Then, separately with individuals on the team, we're trying to carve out more time and more space to engage and do things like videos, blogs, etc. They'll walk through and talk about some of the subjects, and this is all nice to have, but if it's going to take away from the devs actually getting stuff done, I'd rather them focus on getting stuff done instead of talking about it. Just get the stuff done, get to a point where we have regular content, things are regularly updated, we don't have issues with blog posts being copy pasted and having erroneous errors, tooltips on lockboxes and all that other jazz. Just get everything sorted to where it needs to be. Then we can start talking about having interviews with devs. We can have dev interviews, videos, the inner behind the scenes. Cool, that's great, but let's get to a point first where the game is flowing and moving forward. We're trying to get some of the developers, those that especially work on community-facing features, more involved in the discussion too. And we have seen this. This is true. Remember the issue with the bards and having a designer specifically dedicated to that? That is proof of that. So here we're already starting to see proof in these words. You may have noticed Robert, who is currently working on the bard class fixes, has started a thread on the preview section of our forums. Those changes have gone live to the preview server today, and he's engaging directly with community on performance about what more there is left to do, identifying critical items to address, and then we're using that to influence how we prioritize on the time we have to work on the bard fixes internally. This is amazing, and I hope they continue to do this for every single issue that the community brings to them. Because if we can collectively stomp out those issues and they work on it, which is basically what the CDP was, we can have a game in a much better state. And it's sad that it's taken us, how long has the bard been out for, guys? It's over a year easily, right? And only now is it getting the attention that it deserves. But listen, better late than never. That was the whole point. We got a new EP, and it's hard to kind of say how much of an influence that has been weighted on because of his involvement. Maybe this is just something that has been in the works for a long while, but I hope it doesn't end here, because they have the sense of doing big bursts of great things, and then we have that dry spell and then big bursts, and I'd like to kind of see that minimized to give us something to look forward to. I'd like to see that with a large number of features, and Julia, the community manager, for example, has been running some internal playtests, internal pseudo external playtests, and closed external playtests on a number of our upcoming new pieces. Yeah, I could definitely confirm to this. I'm a part of several of these under NDA, but I can confirm this is true. And I can tell you that the level of engagement that we have, the amount of feedback that they listen to, it's unheard of. I've been part of several alpha and beta tests for Neverwinter across the several years that I've been playing, and never before have I seen this type of level of engagement on one-on-one or this kind of feedback that has been taken actively and then put into the game. Like you can visibly see those changes. So you come back, test something, come back the next week, test it, like, whoa, okay, this is better. Like they literally balancing, fine-tuning across multiple groups so that when it finally hits preview, you'll kind of get a good, more or less idea of where things are. And then obviously the rest of the community will be able to weigh in, pitch in their thoughts on it and give a overall feedback, which then the devs can hopefully use the final bit left for fine-tuning, which we didn't have before. Oftentimes it was like a very limited amount of testing and a very limited amount of capacity. Hits preview, not much is going to be changed, bam, and hits live, and then we're stuck with all these issues. And you see this, especially I could bring up the Bard again. So many people will say, but we reported these issues with Bard. It's been known since like it was on preview, but it was too late then, because they kind of had a way forward. It's like this is going to be pushed in, but now hopefully this is the start of something, and we won't have that. We're getting a lot of good feedback from people in the playtesting groups for those things. We have groups that contain not just our internal testers, but players from the community that are getting a chance to see very early versions of some of the new content. They're giving us all vital feedback about balance, appropriateness, mechanics, bugs, etc., so that we can have a more robust testing on it all, and better targeting for the audiences that will eventually play this new content when it goes live. And I can tell you 100%, I've always been an advocate for the average player, the casual player. So my feedback has been extensively about, can the average player who's going to do something, whether it's in, RTQ, RADQ, be able to clear this with no group play, like no strategy, no Discord, no communication, basically. Can they get it done? Because a lot of the times, especially in the past, it was about the end gamers, right? End gamers say, oh, this is easy. And then it comes out and it's like people struggle. And not to say that's a bad thing. It depends on what the content is. But a lot of the time, an end gamer can't put themselves in the shoes of an average casual player. Can they get this done? Do they have the ability to understand mechanics, appropriateness, reaction times, rotations, damage output, heal ability, tanking ability? I've seen tanks that literally don't run with hard taunts. I see DPSs that don't use single target abilities. They use AoE abilities in a single target boss fight. And a lot of the times you don't even think of these things at an end game level because you just know, right? It's not a thing. And now we're especially targeting the average casual player, so that should be better balanced, so that when you come in, your group should be able to clear. It might be a struggle, it might be hard, you might have a fail, but you'll learn more so than it just being absolutely brutal right off the gate. Like Demo, for example, was a good example of that. It was a great trial. You go in there with a group of mid to end game players on a pre-made. You're not going to struggle, but you go there in an RTQ. Players either don't want to listen, they don't read chat. You tell them, close the portals, but they're not focusing on that. They're doing whatever they want to do, or they don't have the damage output. And then unfortunately, the run ends up in a fail. And it's hard to get that across, because some things just aren't viable for a group of randoms. Like for private content, it's fine, but a group of randoms is like trying to herd cats at the best of times. Then Harper Steele has another question. What does players' future character growth look like to you? It feels like most of our gear and accessories are getting up to mythic level now. So is there anywhere else we can go? That's a good question, because prior to that we were legendary. What's after mythic? Are we boxing ourselves in? Good question. Yeah. The overall change that they've done was obviously with item level. So they will just keep increasing item level. That's the whole point of scaling, right? They'll just keep releasing new gear with item level. But eventually that's going to lead to an issue that I've discussed on a previous stream. But we'll see how they tackle that. Brett answers wait, is that his whole response? Holy shit, okay. Wow. Damn. Okay, we got a big answer to this one. So, what does the future character growth look like? Brett says, we can always add new ranks, so there's always the ability for us, if we absolutely wanted, to add in additional ranks of enchantments, mounted insignias, etc. But we're also looking at ways to expand current systems that don't detract from currently available items. Spoiler alert, guys! I'll give it a bit of a spoiler, and something that's an initiative coming a little from me, but something that we are looking at. Mount insignia bonuses. Ooh. What those are, how they help your character out, and the current lack of quality mount insignia bonuses, and what we could do to add more unique and interesting mount insignia bonuses going forward to give players targets to improve upon. Very true. As an endgame player, like, I have movement speed, and the rest was I was sitting there for half an hour. I don't know if you guys remember that day when I was redoing my character. I was just like asking myself, like, what do I pick? Because they literally all trash. You have Artificer's Persuasion, which is nice. You have, you know, the move bonus. But that's about it. Like, everything else is like, there's nothing. Like, you should have multiple choices, and they should be exciting and appealing, and you should be struggling to pick which one you want. Not, oh my god, these are all trash, which is the worst of these. So that's good, and I hope they're going to make it, again, accessible to the lower casual to mid-game player, because this shouldn't be endgame specific. The effects can be more potent at a higher level, but it should be accessible to everyone. Also, we've talked about having a better variety of mount insignias. The actual base and insignia themselves that better target stats that players are more interested in, and adding new combinations of stats, etc. So we wouldn't be, for example, removing or changing existing insignia most likely. Okay, before you guys panic and you're like, oh, insignias! Start hoarding them, selling them. No. Given that players have boards that are centered around them. But we hopefully will be adding more and more options to the insignias, as well as new mount insignia bonuses that will hopefully provide avenues for players to chase. They could also just add a bunch of new insignias, you know. That could also be an option. They've done that, for example, with the insignia of Gond, which was event specific. We always have the option, like I said before, that if we really decide that it's worthwhile doing it, of adding new ranks in the future beyond Mythic, we could do this to gears, insignias, enchantments, etc. But we don't want to do that until we feel that we see a certain percentage of the player base engage and exhaust progression avenues within currently available items. If we do that, there is a possibility of going too far. For example, we've had a lot of discussion about Mythic and Legendary mount collars and the grind for those being ridiculously unachievable. I disagree. I feel this is a great example of an endgame burn chase score item. Because when you're at the endgame, for example, my character who is everything maxed out, this is the last thing you focus on. It gives you something to do. If it's easily obtainable, you have nothing to spend your resources on. They should add more of these that are targeted at the endgame player. They can make the lower tier, you know, for example, mount collars, somewhat worthwhile, which they currently are. They could boost them a bit more, but then make obviously the higher tier ones more valuable, but obviously cost more. So I don't think they need to change this. I think it's in a good spot. Same with insignias, mythic enchantments. It's just that they need to make the lower tier ones more valuable, more appealing to the mid-game player, who is like probably 90% of the player base in this game, right? That's something that we wanted to have as long as as a long tail chase, but it's turned out to be an unrealistically long tail chase in terms of how it's been implemented. I mean, if you take Reaper's Challenge, for example, there's nothing in the store that I can buy. The only thing I buy is the legendary shards. So, I mean, it's working to some degree. It is a grind, but I mean, it's understandable. You know, maybe in 2 years I'll have it all. And that's fine. It's a long chase item. Do I need it? No. In fact, it's going to hurt my stats because the combined ratings are not at a 1-to-1 with the item level. So it's not even that important. I don't need it for any content. It's a nice to have. So that's something we want to clamp down on and make a more approachable way of. See, this is a problem. If they make things too approachable, then you're going to run out again with the issue of, oh, we have everything. What now? So hey, this is still going to take a bit of a grind, but it is something that you can't achieve. So we'll try to make those as a more viable progression path for all players too. Okay. They're a hell of a grind. I'm a late endgame and I still don't have mythic collars, and that's fine because they're not necessary at all. If you look at the percentage bonus, it's 1% going from legendary to mythic. Like, is it that important? Is it going to make a difference? I always tell people, unless you never die and you execute your rotation flawlessly, that 1% is going to mean far less than you focusing on not dying and performing your rotation. Way more than 1%. It's literally just a nice little vanity item to show off. And ironically, no one else sees it, right? So it's just a personal chase item, like an achievement. If they added it to the achievements for the game, that could be something. Then Harper Steel has another question. I feel that during the dead time, yes, which we're experiencing right now, grinds between the new player to... Wait, did I misunderstand? So not the dead time of there not being any content. Sorry, I misunderstood that. I feel that during the dead time grinds between the new player to early endgame, so that big gap, or endgame to late endgame periods are definitely an Astro Diamond chase, because a lot of the resources you get are from this section of the game. True. Can we get more gear-based drops? Essentially your companions, enchantments, if you aren't buying them from the merchant, your insignias and mounts mainly come from the auction house. And I think one of the biggest slowdowns for new players is they can't quite get into advanced dungeon or trial queues yet, and so it takes them longer to build up Astro Diamonds. Very true. So they're slow getting to the end game, which, you see, the irony here is that this is intentional, right? You get a fast start, you get into the game, they get you hooked, and then you have a choice of grinding out the game, playing it, which, you know, it's an MMO. It's meant to be grindy, which a lot of people, I think, miss the point. Or you pay to progress faster. So I don't think there's, you know, an issue with it in terms of design decision. I'm pretty sure they're well aware of that. Like, you know, they wanted to push you to the end game as what they term the end game, which is you're done with your adventure system. You can start queuing for content now. You get a taste of things, and now you can decide where you want to go. Are you going to grind hard? Do you not have the time because you have family commitments and other commitments? So now you pay to progress faster. So I don't know how much they're going to change that, because at the end of the day, we got to remember that they need to be making money. If they give everything to a player on a platter, how are they going to be making money? Because, you know, VIP is only going to push sales so far. Zen store sales are only going to go so far. So unless they go sub-based system, which I remember asking that specifically to several devs, they're never going to do that. They're never going to do a sub-based system. That's not their, you know, their whole way that they operate. It's always going to be free to play, but there needs to be an incentive. And that is what we're seeing here. So either grind it out, or if you don't have the time, pay to progress faster. I don't see that as a bad thing, because I've seen many people who haven't spent a single cent in this game grinding out hours upon hours getting to the end game. So I know for a fact you could still achieve that. I know for a fact as well that's even easier to do it now than it was before. So I think they're fair in that regard. If we think of it obviously from a purely monetary, the company needs to make money, else they're going to close down point of view. So they're slow getting to the end game, and when eventually reaching that end game, we have to save up a huge amount of AD to get the shards for the collars. See, that's the misconception. You don't need to do this. Like, collars are worthless except for the two that actually grant a 1-to-1 item level to combined rating ratio and have worthwhile bonuses, such as, you know, the attack or the movement speed. If you aren't getting them from dungeon chests all the time, with them being a very rare drop, which, that's not bad, you know, rare drops as long as you're getting them. But what I do want to see is more progression for the mid-game player. I don't expect everyone to just be a maxed out end-game player, but it would be nice to just ease in the beginning player to get into, like, what I call the mid-game area, which is, you know, Sharandar right now, and obviously everything below Sharandar. So Avernus they can already get into. Descent into Avernus they're not really struggling to get into. But I think it should be, when we get a new module, players should have an easier time getting into the previous module. Because, I mean, at that point, it's dead content, right? A lot of the players who are doing the bleeding edge latest zone aren't really going to be in the existing zone. So we need to make it more accessible. Thanks, Daryl, for popping by. You did it, Kira! Yay! Congratulations! I hope it went well. It wasn't too nerve-wracking. And then Brett says, we specifically looked at the Astro Diamond and rough Astro Diamond income sources and how it's currently being handled. With the removal of Demogorgon from the random trial queue, we lowered the item level requirement back down to 20,000 or so. So a much lower item level requirement that now again makes it more accessible to almost anybody who's completed a leveling experience. And here's the ironic part. I've spoken to a dev about this. They don't want RTQ to be a source of AD farming. They don't want a player to just come in and just earn their AD and leave. Like, they feel that's part of what the issue is with the game, because the trial queue is meant to be challenging. You're not meant to just go in there, get your AD and leave. And that's part of what the issue is. But if they don't handle that to the lower queues, such as the regular queues and skirmishes, then, you know, you're leaving the leveling players with an even harder time. So either give them gear that they can farm, or, you know, increase the AD. But I know that soon you guys, probably in the next 3 months, are going to see a big change with this. Spoiler alert. We're not happy with the fact that random trial queue was viewed as the only key source. Okay, so they are discussing it as the only key source of rough Astro Diamonds for a lot of players. We want to have multiple viable sources for that. I'll be blunt here. What the random dungeon queue needs is to give more rough Astro Diamonds, and random trial queue probably should give less Astro Diamonds given its current difficulty. True, because RTQ is often way easier than rad queue, which it shouldn't be the case. Come on, guys, it's a trial. Trials are meant to be challenging, difficult. It could be done without a cent being spent. True, Annie. Kara, it was a little choppy, but everyone was so nice to me. I'm glad. We have a really nice alliance, so I'm happy for you. Well done, Kiara, and thank you. Claudie, hello, how are you? That being so, things like random skirmish and random dungeon queue need to give more. Okay. Thank you. Whoa! They're actually echoing what I've been saying for like how long now? When are they going to do it though is the question. We need to ensure that we have better sources of AD or rad, and that it's not that everybody does this just one thing, then they've done a million times to get the AD they need. Exactly, because it's so monotonous and boring. Fuck. I got to do random queue and this and that. I don't even want to do it. I don't want to even be here. This dude's yelling at me, do mechanics, do mechanics. And I'm just like, fuck, dude, I don't want to even be here. I just want to play the game, but I have to do it so that I can level up my companions and my mounts and my gear and. Like, I understand that frustration. It's so annoying because you're forced to do content. If you don't do it, you're not going to progress in the game. So we need a change there. It shouldn't just be queues. They could do it with quests. I remember Rick said the daily quest. They could expand it. You could go kill X amount of mobs. You can go create items in the, what do you call it? The workshop. You can go and PvP. You can go and, you know, whatever the case is, just more options to get 80 other than just dungeons. And I know it's called Dungeons and Dragons, but let's be honest, how far have they shifted away from what D&D really is? Is it really going to hurt the game that much to be more typical in the MMO sense of how you can earn these currencies? Because you're forcing players, you're not just forcing a player to do content they don't want to do. You're forcing players to do content together with other people, and a lot of players aren't socially adept at working together as a team. So now you have this lack of communication, and don't get me started on the lack of, what do you call it, language barrier, which is by far the hardest one when they just don't understand you. Oftentimes I'm out there getting my translator out, hoping I'm not cursing their, you know, mother's cat or something. So it is hard, and I hope we see a change to that. And not just something as basic as, you know, adjusting the numbers. Although then again, you know, the random dungeons, not the advanced one, and skirmishes are easy enough where you don't need any kind of teamwork because there's zero mechanics. So, you know, that's at least an easy start, but we need to see more options. We have a bunch of different options, but all reasonably viable for the amount of time and difficulty that players invested the time into, and you could do a lot of different things that you could change up your play pattern and still get the 80 rad that you need to progress. Good. Options are good. Moving back to what I talked about with events, I'm hoping that players will be able to engage with events to earn some of these rewards. Things like moats, glyphs of potency, etc. You can get glyphs of potency directly from playing events through tokens of participation right now. Problem with that is that you're forced then to decide what you're going to upgrade. You don't get a lot, and as we've already mentioned, the quantity that you get is so minimal that it's not worthwhile. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think glyphs of potency, if someone's in game, they could go check the events vendor that's chilling there by the tree in PE. But I think it was, what, was it 10?
Yeah, 10.
It was 10 currency to get 1. Now think on average how much you get for grinding out that event. You will get more 80 running skirmish and dungeons and just fucking buying it. Like, it shouldn't be like that. The event should be something fun, and it should be rewarding because you don't get it all the time. The rewards are just way too little. Even if I was a new player, I wouldn't like bother with the events. I would do them if I find them fun. Right now, in my current state, obviously, I don't think it's just so much that I have everything. It's also the fact that they're not engaging. Like once you've done it, you know, 3, 4, 5 times, it just becomes boring. So as a new player, it's okay, it's an extra towards all the other things you can use to level your character. But it's not a great source as they claim it to be of, you know, this will help you towards your progression to get into Vault of Stars. Like, what? Do you know how much you need? Do you realize how many glyphs of potency you need to upgrade your enchantments to get at a meaningful level to do a meaningful part in Vault of Stars? To get your companions to that degree? Like, no. You will be doing multiple years of events to get to that point. And that's the issue. Like, someone really needs to just go there, get a spreadsheet out. You know, someone like Reiner or anyone in the community, go put a spreadsheet together of how many tokens you earn in an event, how many tokens you need to get a meaningful progression in your character, and then calculate the amount of years. Because I'm kidding you, it's not months, years that it will take you to get your character to a level where it is able to contribute in things like, you know, they gave an example, Vault of Stars. By which point, you would have already upgraded your character in other regards. So I understand it's not supposed to be the be-all and end-all, you know, 100% of it comes from that, but it is so minor. It is such a minor thing for the time investment that you put in. Like, you're better off just doing a skirmish or a dungeon queue over and over in that 2-week period that the event is running. Because you will earn more doing that than you will earn doing the event. And personally, in my opinion, if the event's coming out, it should, you know, supersede everything else. You should be focusing on that event. Because it should be that good. And in its current state, it's not. The only thing that it's good for is, you know, getting that legendary mount and that mythic companion. But even that, you know, 5 events, which might take a year to get, it's slow going. But that, yes. But the first 2 tabs, not so much. So being able to do events like Hellpit, Harvesters, and Siege of Neverwinter 2, and we're going to continue to look at and try to refine ways in which players can earn those core progression materials. Apart from just having to do queues to earn rough Astro Diamonds. Okay. Yeah, we're seeing more of it. We just need to see a better flow of it. Reaper's store, by the way, I just want to point that out. Reaper's store is better than the events. If you can get into Reaper's, the problem with it is that they locked it behind an inflated item level. If you're lucky, you can get a 30k item level Reaper's challenge. If you do that, definitely get your Reaper's token, because you can go and buy some really nice gear. Like, I'm talking about mount and companion tokens. They're amazing. They're actually worthwhile. You get a lot more than they initially started offering. You can get companions, legendary companions that are account wide. You can get legendary amounts that are account wide. My issue with Reaper's challenge is that it's too high an item level. By the time you're at that level of item level, especially older players, I think this is more of an issue in the older players progressing into it. They already have all the stuff they need. So there's barely anything in the store that you could really want to buy or get. That needs to be more accessible. If they made Reaper's challenge start at 30k across the board, you would see a lot more players being able to actually gear up. And that's an optional thing. They don't have to do it. And here it solves the issue with the rad, right? Because you're not doing it for rad. Now you're doing it to earn a token, earn enough tokens, buy what you want. Do you want comp tokens? Do you want mount tokens? Do you want a legendary mount? Do you want a legendary companion? Do you want shards? I think there were collars in there. Do you want Genie's gift to progress a double legacy? The Reaper store is amazing. It's just not accessible to the masses. But hopefully as item level inflation happens over time, it will be. Because right now that you want to be at 50k item level, to do the majority of Reaper's challenge. Not because you want to be, but because that's literally the hard requirement to actually get in. And then Enyo has a question of, over the last year, there's been a big change between where endgame was at around 50 to 55k. Now it's like 65 to 70k for late endgame. But a lot of the content, such as Trial of the Mad Mage is one example, the item level requirements are still the same right now as they were before the most recent changes to leveling and enchantments, etc. But if you enter into this content with the minimum requirements of a 30k character, realistically, they're not going to be able to get a successful completion. Are there any plans to increase the minimum item levels on some of this content, including Tom and the Master version of Zaro's challenge? So here, if I had to just respond to this, no one has ever done it really at 30k. We're still trying to put together a group to do Tom at minimum item level. But just because it has that item level doesn't mean people queue for it. Tom, 99.9% of the time, or any other endgame trial, is pre-made. Groups put them together. Groups know the requirements. So this is completely irrelevant. They might as well even just remove the item level requirement at all, because it doesn't matter. So I think that's irrelevant. And yeah. I think it's pointless. Like, it doesn't matter. If anything, it's gotten easier over time. Because where we were versus where we are now, I mean, you see the clears. Tom is faster. People are doing it way more and more. And you're just going to see that across the board because of scaling. So, if anything, if they, you know, if they had things uncapped, I can't remember. Yeah, Tom was uncapped, right? It's been a while now. I get confused with Vault of Stars and the other ones. But so long as it's uncapped, Yeah, if it's uncapped, then it's not going to matter. As people get stronger, they're going to have more base damage, they're going to have more base HP. It's just going to get easier and easier and easier, which is how it should be. Because it's older content, right? So changing the item level requirement is going to do nothing because no one queues for it at that level. No one has, and no one will. But I'm curious to see what he has to say about this. We certainly need to increase the minimum item level of some of that content. That's an oversight on our part. Is it though? Because, I mean, who queues? You will never get that to pop in a public queue. We did that once as a meme. I asked a lot of people go pug for Tom, but yeah. Unfortunately, as things like the changes to the enchantment system and stuff go in, which kind of inflated a lot of people's item levels, we didn't adjust the minimum item level requirements for a lot of older content in particular to reflect those changes. The balance has now shifted quite a bit and we need to do that. So I'll make a note for this. See, if they increase this too much, and this is my issue with private queues shouldn't have that limitation. What if we want to go do a meme run? What if I want to go do a minimum like 35k, all, you know, truly endgame players with skill to have a truly hard challenge? We wouldn't be able to do that if they increase the item level. So this is the issue that they need to take into account. Private pre-made should not have that restriction. I can understand if it was a public thing, but again, who public queues for Tom? So that's just one thing they need to watch out for. Otherwise, we don't get to do a lot of fun things. For example, we know that this was part of the problem that was afflicting the Infernal Citadel. Okay, so now that you see, here's the discrepancy. They're talking, Enyo specifically talks about Endgame and Tom and ZCM, which is not in RTQ. And now we're talking about RTQ and RADQ. For example, we know that this was part of the problem that was affecting the Infernal Citadel and part of the low success rates for IC, random queues, etc. It's probably because the item level requirements for it were misleadingly low and it needed to be higher. True, very true. But changing out certain systems unfortunately affects everything in the queue system, because then that would also inflate the RAD queue minimum item level. Remember, think about that, guys, because you need to be at the highest item level in order to do all the queues. So if they were to boost tick to, let's say, 40k item level, it would mean that you need to be 40k item level to do rad queue. Even though there might be an easier one like LOM, if it's something at 20k, it doesn't matter, you'd have to be 40k. So that's the downside to that. What I think they should be focusing on is keeping the difficulties more or less the same. Tick is way more advanced than LOM. They all have mechanics, but mechanically it's challenging because it's the first dungeon that truly tests the tank and the healer. Because you have a tank check on the first boss, you have a tank check on the second boss, and if they bothered fixing the third boss, you would also have a tank check there. So it's very dependent on the tank, it's very dependent on the healer, and then obviously if the DPSs are too low, you're going to have a harder time because the healer is going to run out of, you know, their healing source, like Divinity, for example, and not be able to heal the tank. Then the tank's going to die, then everyone's going to die. So they just need to keep advanced queue together, mechanically speaking. So Ravenloft's a good example to be in there. Tick's a good example. I don't know Spell Plague because it's not that hard personally. LOM's not that hard, but hey, group it all together, increase the item level, and you're good to go. But yeah, you're gonna have that imbalance. But if they do that, the only thing that new players will be losing out on is the rad, because they get told, you know, go farm rad, that you can get your gear. As long as they make changes to the lower queues, like regular dungeon and skirmish, they'll be fine. The way that the queues work is that minimum item level for the highest minimum item level in that category is what drives the overall level for the entire random queue category. So what I've just explained. So if we have one random dungeon or trial at 70k item level and everything else in that category is 10k rating, that queue category that has a 70k item level requirement to enter it. We were trying to do a better job of understanding what we want, what the minimum item level requirement for the entire queue should be, and then targeting some of the content at these categories. For those here today that have seen some of the early access tests that we've been doing on new trials, you may understand what that we are not targeting those to be as high a rating. Very true. There's going to be some fun stuff. So all they really need to do, instead of balancing it around item level, what they should be doing is balancing the difficulty. So that when you have advanced dungeon queue, the difficulty in terms of mechanics and requirements of the group as a whole should be indicative of that group, and they should all be in, you know, more or less a similar states. For example, I personally find in rad queue right now, Spell Plague is the easiest dungeon in there, and it does not even come close to Tick. the Infernal Citadel. And there's a huge discrepancy. So you might be able to do spell play, you get into tick, you get your ass handed to you. That's not good. And it's got nothing to do with item level. It's just got to do with the fact that you go from 0 to 100 in terms of mechanical complexity and what is required. In spell play, your tank doesn't have to do much. In tick, if your tank doesn't do much, your whole team is dead. So that needs to change. They all need to be around the same level. So when you do a rad queue, you know they're all the same. If you want to learn easier stuff, you go do the regular dungeon or skirmishes, you know? Or you do training runs. More spoilers! For example, the minimum level requirement for random trial queue will be going up. But it will probably only be 30k item level, or so as an example. So guys, if you're not ready, prepare 30k item level. Which most of you should be. Even new players should have no issue getting to 30k. Which should still be very achievable for most players. Even players that come out of the leveling experience at level 20 should be able to get to nearly 30k very easily with the Seals gear in relatively short order with not a whole lot of worry. Especially if they do any of the adventures or just do some of the basic ways of upgrading some of their items. Which I feel the game should be more clear about this. It's great that content creators point that out to new players and guilds and alliances do that, but there are still some players that fall between the gaps and get frustrated. The game needs to be do a better job at explaining this. All the different avenues that you can take in order to get better gear. And while the leveling adventure does do that to some degree, it teaches you how to gear yourself, which is great. It doesn't teach you how to get more, better stuff like that. Like, hey, by the way, these hunt systems, go take a player on a hunt system, give them a lure, give them, you know, like 100% success chance, show them how it's done and teach them, and then tell them, by the way, if you want better gear, you can do this. And here's an example of some things that you can have, and then add it as part of like a, I don't know, like a campaign. So imagine you have a campaign for hunt gear. And now it shows you the individual pieces you can get, tells you how to get them, tells you where to get them. Now they kind of have an idea. Like, oh, hey, this is really cool. Right now, you don't have that. Probably half of the players don't even realize, especially new players coming in with the newer content, they don't even realize you have the hunt gear. Like, what? You have ribcage, you have like Garista's horns, you have all these great gear. The tanks have the freaking tank boots. Like, they don't know about it unless it's word of mouth or content creators, and that's not how I personally feel the game should be. The game should be more accessible with that knowledge. But again, that might just be a design thing, and that's, you know, where we agree to disagree. You can't have everything spoon-fed to you, which I get. You know, if players want to really invest the time, they'll go learn these things. But yeah, it is what it is. So we're increasing it slightly over the current 20k requirement, which is probably unrealistically low, but we will not be increasing it back up to, say, 50k item level, which, spoiler alert, it was pretty high, or anything like that. We will specifically target minimum item level requirements for dungeons to make sure we're not putting people into them that shouldn't be there before they're ready to be. Again, which is all just about the difficulty. You can have mechanics, you just got to watch for how it scales. That, you know, here's a perfect example, right? Take again Tick. I love using Tick as an example because it's brutal. Tank Buster, right? Let's say give it an arbitrary value. The Tank Buster hits for 1 million damage to your tank, right? Tank now, instead of being a 60-70k item level endgame player who can do it, or mid-game player who can do it, you have the minimum item level player, 30k, right? Now they come in, give an arbitrary value to the HP. Let's say 500k HP on that tank. Instead of 1 million, where would be the recommended, and the recommended defensive stats. They have 500k HP, they have, you know, half the recommended stats, the tank shot one hits them. Is that an issue with item level? Or is that an issue with the mechanics because of your minimum item level? Now, in my opinion, how it should be, you take your minimum group in there, you're gonna struggle. It's gonna be hard, but it should be doable. And it will only get easier the higher your item level, up to a certain degree, because remember, scaling involves. Let's say Tick has, you know, capped scaling of 30k. It doesn't matter if you're 70k item level, you're not going to get those extra stats. In fact, you're going to be worse off because of the percentages if you didn't balance them. So that, in my opinion, is how it should be. Stop focusing on item level cryptic, focus on mechanical complexity, how much they hurt to your average player in there, and work it off of that. And which, spoiler alert, they're doing! So yay! I just hope they do it for more content going forward. And if they could do a sweeping pass on, you know, the other dungeons and content in the game, which could be easier said than done. But yeah, we're seeing that more. I know Lasser has been working on other dungeons. You might have seen his changes. For example, Oh, I keep forgetting the one. I just know Traven. I'll forever have nightmares. 5 hours of like being brutalized by that bastard. Traven, of course, not Lasser. You see, I can't remember the name of the
Fragmire?
dungeon. Which one?
Fragmire Crypt.
Pragma, yes. That had a sweeping change. I don't know if you guys noticed that one at all, but a lot of changes went into there. There have been some changes to, or will be changes to Frozen Heart. So here and there changes are happening. What's sad is they don't get added to the patch notes, right? But they're there. Balance changes are happening all the time. You just have to pay close attention to that. And then Enyo asks another question. I'm sure Nelia has heard this in the Neverwinter for Noobs group, but quite often new players try to enter content that they have item level for, but they're just not ready for it, and it's quite frustrating for them. True, which we already touched up on. So Brett says, we've talked a little bit about that, more on the developer side of what we can do to affect this. We talked a little bit earlier about problems with early level companions, enchantments, mounts not having the relative power of higher legendary and mythic versions. Extending all the qualities of them is really not viable, as the current power curve is very tail end heavy. So we'll probably want to increase the relative power values at earlier ranks of those to make it such that it adds a little bit more reflection of the actual power. The problem is if someone gets up to say 45,000 item level right now, but they have never upgraded any of their companions, they're probably not going to be capable of doing that particular content that they have just hit the item level for. Thank you! Because their percentage stats will be very low and your companion will drive a lot of your percentage stats. Thank you! Someone that actually understands this! You try to explain this to the average person, they're like, item level. No! Holy shit! He actually understands the issue because item level is not an indicator of your capability as a character. And one could argue maybe that's, an oversight on Cryptic's part, because if you don't understand how percentages work and how you balance your stats around, you're going to have a hard time. But that just is the way it is right now. So that is very true. Maybe they need to rework the way they do that and stop expecting players to balance their stats, because it's very clear unless they follow guides or get told, they don't do that. Your average player doesn't. That is why if you come in with item level, you should be able to do it. You should struggle, but you should be able to do it. And then anyone that bothers fine-tuning their character should have a much easier time. Because trying to get players to balance their stats, unless they have hard requirements, like on the Q thing, okay, you need to have power percentage of this, you need to have crit strike and crit save of this, healer needs to have that, tank needs to have this, but then it becomes a lot more restrictive. But I mean, that could potentially be something that could help, because then players have a goal. They realize, oh, why can't I Q? Oh, I need this. Okay, how do I get this? And then they go and they better, balance their stats. That could potentially be a way, but yeah, we'll have to see. And then Enyo asks, one of the guys that I've played with for many years has always wanted to ask the development team or a producer this question. What would be involved in adding adjustable difficulty ranges across all dungeons, trials, etc.? So we look at a tier system here. We see this in a way with Reaper's Challenge, where there are extra challenges applied to the content. The item level can drop from 50 to 30k depending on the day. So what would be the chance of adding an actual meter, as an example, the players could set themselves? So the harder they set the difficulty, the better rewards, and the lower difficulty settings for less rewards. Exactly! That would be amazing. Imagine. It's like, what game was that? I can't think of the top of my head, but basically it's like a modifier, right? Regular is 100%, but you can crank the difficulty up to 300%. Even Os, if you guys have ever played the beat following game Os, you have little circles everywhere you got to follow. You can set modifiers, and the more brutal the modifiers, the more score you get. Kind of like that. That would be really cool, because then that could solve the issue for people who want one, a challenge, or two, better rewards, because it's a 2-in-1, right? The harder the run, the better the rewards. That would be really cool. And then to that, Brett responds with, it would be a new feature, and it's something to that vein that we have looked at and have discussed a little. We have more capabilities of doing something like that now, because we can actually scale enemies more consistently. The previous reality was a lot of the enemies were in critter order. A mob that you would face in-game were actually hand balanced and weren't on a dynamic system like they are now. So previously we could add, say, 20% more damage per chosen critter, but the problem was that we would scale a stat like damage, but then forget to scale some of the things that their powers use, and wind up with another of their powers scaled incorrectly in comparison to their other powers, which is overtuning at that point. For example, across all of the enemies in game, we didn't have a great way of universally doing that until recently. I remember that huge change they made. This could be beautiful going forward. We now have more of those abilities in the last couple of modules, so it's something that we're looking into as a way to apply it to the content. But there's also the matter of how do we handle reward scaling, and what would we like to do with that, so it is not an insurmountable task now. It's also not something that could be introduced easily. It would be a fairly major part of a module to pull off something like that, and we've actually talked about exactly what we could do, how we can make some scaling apply better to the content, how we could improve some of those things you mentioned, sort of a lightweight stab at an exactly that idea. But the full feature that you guys are talking about, a fully modular one, is a bit more of a heavy lift for us, so we would have to block out a good chunk of a module development to make that happen. And I personally wouldn't mind that. I mean, hell, in the dry spells, can we get that? Can we get someone working that on the side? Can we take the next 3 modules that we have right now and have like a skeleton crew working on that? You know, instead of like taking full time away, have someone work on that on the side. Even if it takes 3, 4, 5 modules, if it comes out eventually and it's there, that would add an extra layer to what we already have. Otherwise, they give us this dry spell, we have no content because they're working on this, and then ta-da! But by then, most of the people have left because there's nothing to do. Even more spoilers, what? Brett. We liked Reaper's Challenge, and are all really happy with how it has been received. So going forward, we're going to try to figure out how we want to tackle some of these things. But we all want to see how the feature, to which I cannot speak to, that will be upcoming in the module, satisfies some of those expectations first. That'll form what we should and shouldn't do with how scaling difficulty should be handled with things like buttons and whatnot in the future. And you'll ask, possibly an indirect spoiler? It sounds good. I know something with dragons is to come, and that sounds good too. I know my community would be very excited to hear that, as I've definitely heard it brought up over the years. Adding selectable difficulty will mean you don't have to have standard and master versions of different content, and especially with the release of Reaper's Challenge, it has got a lot of players excited on the idea that maybe selectable difficulty could be something to come in the future. To which then Brett says, and again, I would not be surprised. I'm not going to commit to a time frame on it just yet, because we're still planning out things for the rest of the year. It's something based on the reception of some of our upcoming new features. So basically, if you guys like it, they'll do more of it. If you don't, they'll adjust based on that. So get your feedback ready. So it's something that has the potential to happen, but I know it won't happen within the next 3 months, as it's not on our current work schedule. But it is something that could happen within the next year. And then Anyo asks, can we expect anything to happen with armor and jewel reinforcement kits in the near future? That's an interesting one, because right now, you know, imagine they gave percentage bonuses. The biggest issue with them is that they give you flat stats that go directly to your ratings, and it's hard to balance around them, right? Because we have so many ways to overcap, but for the average player who doesn't have like everything min-max, it's so much harder to get their bonus stats up, because they can easily get their base ratings up, but their bonus ratings are the issue, because those majority come from companions, which are super costly to get up, right? Imagine they made the change where armor kits gave you percentage bonuses that went to your bonuses. That would make it much more accessible, would make professions viable. But yeah, let's see. Brett says, yes, we've looked at it. It's not just a specific kit, all of the kits. Jewels and armor reinforcements are outdated. Hallelujah, they know that. Even though we knew that, they're like, yes, they agree with that. These kits are one of the core elements that keeps crafting and the profession systems relevant. Given that as you swap out old gears for new, you need those to replace your older ones. There are also good things for the overall economy to have those sorts of consumables that players replace and update over time. True, and if they wanted to start this brand new with percentage-based ones, all they would have to do is add new drops to like different dungeons or whatnot, use those as reagents, get the people crafting, and then bam, you have a revitalized community based around the crafting of that. You got the economy on it, you got a nice little sync going. That'll be nice. The fact that we are still operating off of kits that are quite low at this point is one of the key things in the game that we've recently talked about with the team. We need more things like this to be available to the players, and this is a relatively simple thing we could add to as far as updates go. So we should try to get that done. I don't have an ETA for starting on it yet though, as we've been looking at general profession updates as well as the profession map updates, but it's something that we would like to try to add to just for the sake of giving people something new and something more powerful to add to their characters. We're trying to give some professions work done here in the background, but I don't want to commit to a time scale in being able to work on the kits just yet, as professions take a good amount of work to update, unfortunately. Alright, so it seems we're more likely to get profession updates than we are to that, but seems like they're working on it from what I'm reading. They look at that. Profession map updates, profession updates, okay. Then Ennio asked, something that my early access group wanted to ask about was the potential to have a pre-early access program where players could get involved earlier in the actual development process. We previously had the collaborative development program where there was extra discussion with much community input on ideas for the game. Is there anything similar to this that we could be involved in? What would be the possibilities or potential of having select groups of players, kind of an early access system, but in addition to just playtesting the already developed content? To which then Brett responds with, it's very tricky to have player be involved at that point, because up until fairly far in the development, there isn't much in the way of something for players to engage with that looks like a game. True, because you need something there, and it constantly evolves, it constantly changes. It's often very gross, would be one way to put it. We're talking about, here's this equipment on like a stick figure character that arm moves and then this effect happens and there's no visuals, no real audio. There's nothing that you would describe that looks like the Neverwinter you know being functional just yet. And things will live in that state for a very long time. Honestly, about the time that we've been doing some of the early access to test on things like new trials and other content, that's about the same time when things have reached a state to where someone who has played Neverwinter but is not a video game developer can probably look at it and understand what we're trying to do with it. That being said, when it comes to goals, defining expectations and needs for some of the things we're working on, we are certainly trying to get the developers more involved in discussing things with the community in terms of expression for doing something like a compelling class or balance fixes. The reality is that when we talk about the Bard as an example, we sort a lot of the initial Bard fixes and needs from a mixture of community requests as well as a combination of community bug reports, etc. And we're trying to make sure the respective developers, such as Robert, who we mentioned earlier, is engaging closely with the community going forward with the changes to the Bard before it goes live. Now he's got most of the first stage of the work in on these changes. He's now working on what else the key things are that need to be addressed ASAP for that class, which, yeah, we're seeing a lot more of. It would be nice if we had, again, the same kind of level and attention to detail as other systems in the game, but this could be a good basis. We hope to engage with those things going forward as we measure it, but I will, from my perspective, be blunt here in that I want to push the Neverwinter development team to also be more familiar with the game so that they have a better intuitive sense of how these features are built and what content and features our audiences like. We've been making some good strides towards doing that. That's great. That's really great to hear, because if the developers are just doing the grunt work and doing what they're told to do, they don't understand why they're doing it, right? But if they actually actively play the game at all levels, they will know the exact issue that we know. Oh my god, there's this is a grind, this is not working, this is annoying. That's really good. Because if they can actively play the game, but I mean, that's a lot, right? Imagine. I'd like to think that comes, you know, package and parcel with being a developer. You play test your own game and you work on it. But I feel that's where it needs to be, because it's very hard to work on a product if you don't even know what is going on in that very product. The biggest problem is we have to make decisions about what content of what has already been developed will be coming out with the new modules, sometimes probably in the next several months. The plans for that module were laid out over 4 months ago, so these things have been worked out at the development stage for a long time before they've been at any sort of a presentable stage for players to test via early access. We're already trying to get players involved in early access as soon as we can, and also to encourage the developers to engage with the community more and discuss potential features when they're still at a paper stage and before we commit a lot of resources to a feature. During the first half of development, when a feature is really ugly, we spend a lot of time on the content already, so the two best things we could do is have the developers engage with the community at early stages before we've committed all that time. And that way, we have good targeting, secondly, engaging again with our players at the very end when we're getting things done and nearing completion on a piece of content, so that we're able to get a better sense of balance testing and other issues that would potentially be created out of that. I will work with Julia as we look at upcoming lists for people responsible for those features to encourage our developers to engage with the community more prior to us committing a lot of time to it, and make sure that our player base have a chance to weigh in and share their own opinions, which is wonderful. And again, can't talk about it because of NDA, but a lot of this is actively already happening, but it would be nice to see it on a broader scale, because at the end of the day, I'm sure devs kind of have a more or less idea of where they want to go in their own, separate ideas. But at the end of the day, who's playing your game, And if it doesn't sit well with the player base, I understand things that are necessary for the health of the game, like the enchantment change. Again, unpopular opinion. I think it was very good for the game. It increased a lot in terms of flexibility and build styles. I do, however, dislike the fact that we lost out on a lot of unique effects. But that aside, purely from a stat balancing perspective and the item level gain, it makes things significantly easier. So I understand when they kind of do things on their own. But a lot of other things, if they're going to be making new content for us to play, it should definitely be heavily weighed in by the community at large, get everyone's voice in there so that when they actually do bring out something, it's going to be something that the majority do enjoy. And it's not just hey, we made a thing, here you go. Like, ZCM or, other pieces of content, like, unless it's a chase item, it's, who's it engaging for? Who's it fun for? Like, what was your target audience? Then Enyo asks, when you're developing a new module such as the upcoming module 23, is there a specific order in which content and features are developed? For example, first comes a system and then an environment afterwards. We got a little spoiler thing here. Any new content, Dragon Slayer Rising, more news as we get it. Currently showing on the PC preview server calendar, subject to change. And Brett responds with, planning and developing content varies a lot, and you're cutting into sort of how video games are made. To give you a broader perspective, Module 23 has a lot of large and small features, maps and other things going into it. Most of those start development somewhat at the same time, and they progress through development stages simultaneously across a lot of fronts. It's not like we work on one thing, finish that, move on to the next thing, finish that, etc. We have a large number of people in the Neverwinter team, and a lot of times we will have more than 10 initiatives, all concurrently in development, being worked on all at the same time. Within a rough window, we will have maybe a month-long period where a lot of new initiatives, say for Module 23, all spin up. And then some of those initiatives will finish sooner than others. Some of them will finish later. And when things get to a rough alpha-ish state is when we start involving more people and trying to have the community actually see them and perhaps provide some feedback on them to us. But there's a lot of time, like I said earlier, that some of those features may take a month to get to alpha. Others may take 4 months to get to the same alpha state. It depends a lot on the complexity of the features, and one of the bigger features that we're working on right now that we mentioned earlier has been in development a while now and is getting closer to that external alpha state, but isn't quite yet there. It's been many months worth of work just to get it to that point. We've got a lot of good stuff coming up for Module 23. Hopefully the players will like it, and we're working on trying to also improve how we approach and build things better so that we have fewer issues. For example, I'll be blunt, that we recently came out with our new lockbox and the mounted companion had issues with the reclaims agent. So we've been looking at how did that happen? What happened in our testing process? Yeah, how? How does it pass testing? And how can we cast these things better? Unfortunately, specifically the mount reclaim issue was a gigantic pain in the buttocks. We discovered an internal technical issue was causing that bug to only manifest with players that had previously reclaimed another mount through the RCA. Any copy pasting of code? We weren't seeing it in internal testing, but it was definitely affecting players in the live game, and that's unfortunately difficult for us to spot with the internal QA systems, since the containers and characters they test with vary a lot, and it was something that they missed because it was working for them. I could totally relate though. Being, having to do QA for myself, also chatting with other QAs, I understand that the amount of diversity that you test for, especially with edge cases, it's insane. They should definitely have a lot more automated setups, which I'm sure they do have. But yeah, being able to have all the mounts in one's collection would definitely be one of those cases I feel is relevant. Like you would definitely have one player. I know I'm one of those that has all the mounts. So testing what will happen if you claim that should have been one. But hey, it's a learning experience, and they're working on ensuring that doesn't happen again. Shit like this does happen, unfortunately, and they've addressed it, which is more than we've had before. So, props to them. Props to Brett here. And then Anelia says, just a really last quick question. Julia mentioned this to me initially, and then in the last Driftwood Tavern stream, where we all got to meet you for the first time, I raised this question to you about early access for consoles. Oh, Eddie, you're not going to drop on that, are you? You mentioned that the topic has been discussed. I can understand there's a lot of different hoops that Cryptic would have to go through with Microsoft and Sony to get this off the ground. And I know many console players that would love access to a similar experience that PC players have on the previous server over there. So I wanted to ask if you had any more discussion on the console preview shard since the stream. Is it a feature that you want to get off the ground? And if so, what would the projected timescales be? To which Brett responds with, we're hoping that it's something that we can get done in 2022. Damn. Okay. Don't hold him to it though. I can't commit to a more advanced time frame yet. But we've looked at what it would take. Really? So you might get it in 2022? I mentioned the Neverwinter core team previously. And we talked about these initiatives with them. It's something that the core team want also because it allows them to test fundamental updates to the Cryptic tools and engine for consoles more safely by putting it on an equivalent of the current preview shard. The key form that would likely take place first is that we would hopefully be able to get a dedicated preview shard like PC has right now as an example. Would like to be able to get a preview shard up for consoles on both Xbox and PlayStation where we could put early versions of upcoming builds on, much like we do on PC. Players could then go in, test the newer content out. That's our hope and goal. Having a console-based preview shard is a more widespread Cryptic initiative than just Neverwinter thought, because we've seen the issues that we can get on a technical end. So it's something that we would likely wind up doing for both Star Trek Online and Neverwinter given the population of our console audiences. Neverwinter has a much bigger console audience, so it would be the most important one for our team, but because it ties into how we do Cryptic tech as well as our relationship with Sony and Microsoft on their platforms, it's not something that I could just say, cool, get it done this week, let's go. It takes a little bit more planning than that, but again, especially with what we've seen before now, we see a ton of value at the core of this initiative. Internal tech teams see a ton of value too, and they're going to try to make it happen. But a lot of it has to be driven by our core tech team right now. I've done console development for many years, and the worst type of issues where it does not reproduce on a development kit, those are not fun bugs to find. So that's one of the things driving this idea forward. Yeah, because if this was in place, that issue that you guys had on the PlayStation, and to some degree the Xbox, probably would not have been a thing. So there you have it. There was so much information that Brett shared with us CCPs this week that we ran out of time. We hope that we could talk to Brett again really soon, given his willingness to make these AMAs a regular occurrence. With this in mind, we would love to include some of our own community questions next time. If there are any questions you have been wanting to ask the Neverwinter team or any ideas you would like to share on for you, feel free to leave those in the comments below. We would like to give a huge thanks to both Brett and Julia for making this AMA happen. Also, if you'd like a quick summary to this AMA, check out Galactic's video. Eddie will link that. There is a video on there as well. And Eddie, thank you for putting the time and effort into getting this all into text form. For those of you that didn't know, this was a, I guess, kind of behind the scenes CCP exclusive AMA that we did with Brett on Friday. And it was all audio only. So the amount of effort that this is getting it into text, big shout out to Annie for making that happen. I think that was a whole lot more than 35 minutes. Beside the fact that I had my own thoughts to add, I still think it was more than 35 minutes. I think reading it is one thing. Reading it out loud, a bit longer. But there we have it. That was the AMA with Brett Norton. And yeah, thank you. Thank you, Annie. That was a very detailed list of things. Can you recap it? Yeah. Okay, so recap basically in 3 months, you will be having replayable content. Should be replayable content. That's going to be the biggest takeaway right here. There are 3 modules in development that we can expect. But the biggest one is going to be a mix of expeditions, Barovia hunts. What was the other one? There was one more. Regardless. Oh yeah, Reaper's Challenge. That's the 3 mix. And based on that feedback, they'll see how things go. It should give a fun and exciting challenge for both your casual player as well as your bleeding edge, as I like to call it, endgame player. So there should be something for everyone. Because that's one of the biggest issues that I had with the game is there's not enough replayability. There's a lot of cool maps, there's a lot of cool areas, but just not much to do. Once you do something, you're done. You don't really go back again. So that should apparently be the main focus of Module 23, which is coming within the next 3 months, if nothing catastrophic goes wrong, as per Brett Norton's own words there. So, yeah, that was pretty much it. That was just This is the full transcript for those that you want to read it. You can link it in the chat. This is a full transcript of what happened in that AMA. So there's no additional information anywhere else. This is it. This is the definitive version. It was everything that was said, everything that was asked, everything that was answered is all here. That is why it was so lengthy. But the quickest summary that I could give you is new content, 3 months, replayable. Should be exciting and engaging. That's what we have to look forward to. And yeah, we'll see past that. Maybe we'll get a roadmap. Maybe not. We'll have to see. But there you have it. Woo!
That was interesting.
Oh, I think that's the most, like, non-stop talking I've done in a while. Oh, good. Now let's get to, let's see. Is Pharrell still around? Let's see what Daryl's getting up to. And breathe. I can breathe now. Woo! Let's go.
Thank you for reading it.
Yeah, thank you, Annie, once again for putting that together. And let's get the music back. Hey, Haster. What have you been up to? And how are things with the old man?
This is getting out of hand.
Alright. Pharrell is in. Gotta get to this. The blog is also open to guest comments, so I can collect more questions from the wider community for next time. Yeah, for sure. And it's nice that we have like the different initiatives from the different communities, so we can kind of get it all in. But like I said, I think most of us have already asked all our questions, so we're waiting to see the content drop, right? 3 months. That's what we got. Alright, let me get everyone in. Do I already have you in a queue group? I do. Haster, you're waiting another root canal on Tuesday. Okay. Yeah, I gotta go for a little dentistry operation on Wednesday. Not looking forward to that. Not gonna be able to speak for a while. But has to be done. Other than that, things are chilled. What have you been playing? Yeah, exactly, Spawn. It does feel less like an MMO. It plays a lot like an ARPG, which yeah, I guess is both good and bad. You had a tooth out today? Damn! All of you just having your teeth? What's happening? This is year of the toothistry? You doing 2 times XP on the New World the last weekend? And is that about it, or? Alright, here's my favorite dungeon. The easiest dungeon. I want to see what it's going to be like on RC. Because in Radq, it is easy. And I want to pug it as well. I'm sure we could get a pug. I guess it's a tank. Let's give it like 2 minutes, see if we get a pug tank.
At least it's not permanent death.
True. Thanks, Corbs. So you've run the new dungeon a few times, no success yet? Still learning the mechanics? At least you have new things to do then. I like someone's question here. Anyone know when Black Lake District is coming back?
Aww. It's not coming back.
It's gonna get a rework. Complete new lighting system, everything. Can you imagine how sexy it's gonna be when it comes back though?
Oh, yeah.
Alright, let me try to find a tank and then we can pug the DPS. What's next? They're gonna remove Protector's Enclave, put us somewhere else? I'm still like annoyed by that video they did. I haven't forgotten. Or the, what was it? The launch trailer for Module... What was it, guys? Was it Module 21? When you saw kind of the rebuilding of Castle
previous one.
Never? We're like, what the fuck is that got to do with Castle Never, bro? Have we seen anything yet? Is that still to come? Did they really just randomly add random shit that has zero relevance? And that doesn't make sense, because why would you put that much time? Like, you're literally paying animators, right? It takes time and effort. That's like some high quality, top tier video animation going on. And you choose something that's like unrelated? That just, I feel like it's foreshadowing. Like, it makes no sense. My Alexa is currently trying to answer your question about Black Lake District. Wait, really? What did I say? I just asked the question. Alexa, when will Neverwinter Module 23 release? Okay, Google. When will Neverwinter Module 23 release? Hey Siri, when will Module 23 release for Neverwinter? Any triggers? What is Claudia? Claudia is a... They need a RC run. If they have the item level, we'll invite them. Because we need a DPS. Now we just need a tank. Do they meet the minimum item level requirements, sir? Fuck. Let me ask. Can you get your item level to 50k? This one? Oh, that's a Bard song. Nice. Who has a copyright on that? Is it Cryptic? Phone says, Alexa says, according to Nintendo.com, it will release. What? Alright, guys. So apparently, Neverwinter is going to be releasing on the Switch. You heard it here first. Cryptic has struck a deal with Nintendo. Wow, big things. Not right now, because that is the requirement for the queue. Won't let me queue otherwise. No copyright according to YouTube, as you used in the video there. Oh, nice. Okay. Sometimes they're just late on that DMCA and you'll get it later on. Copyright claim. Oh, no, we can most likely expect a another battle pass, guys. That'll be another thing. The moment this one dies off with either in the next month, maybe back to back, or with, you know, Module 23's release. Alright, let me focus on find a tank. I think someone had a YouTube video about a new battle pass. Oh yeah? There's one. May 14th. What are we now? April, May, June, July. May. Yeah. That kind of ties in. Makes sense. It will tie into the story, if anything. That's a Dragon Slayers thing. Battle pass included. Oh, preview calendar. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Subject to change, but yeah. We see the calendar, but we don't see what's in there, right? We don't know rewards. Close to the time, they'll release a blog post like they did last time, so we can kind of know what to expect. And as much as hate that it got in some regards, the rewards were kind of, you know, they were okay. Especially for newer players. Especially if you spend a couple of bucks to get the season pass. For a newer player, you're definitely getting your money's worth. So hopefully that ends up being the case again. In case you haven't seen it. Is it not here? Am I blind? Where is it? Is it gone? What? I thought you saw it like a month. Am I blind, guys?
Yeah, I was looking
Echoes
for
of
it
Prophecy,
too.
last chance. March 31st to
it's-
April the 30th. Okay, so then where is it? Help me, guys, I'm blind! At the bottom, if you're looking for echoes. Oh, they moved it to the bottom. Crazy, okay. I have
Oh, under past
0%.
events.
I have 0%, yo. 0% total advancement. That's not okay. Anyway, to show you the rewards, You had the Mythic Artifact pack, which is really nice for some people. You got a Coal Moat, not bad. You had a rank 15 Runestone Choice pack, which is obviously bad timing, terrible timing. That should have been like rank 4 enchantment. You got a Companion. And then the huge one, the Mythic Mount. And you had a Legendary Mount Choice pack for free, by the way. These are the paid ones, but I mean, for a free player, Legendary Mount Choice pack was really nice. So there were some decent things in here. Hopefully they expand upon that and we get something good. Oh, the Dragon Hunters Guild, right. I remember that one. Yeah. Alright, let's try to, while I'm waiting, let's just see if we can pug it. Might as well. If we get a pug, we get a pug. I've never seen someone with this much legendary gear before. Now they just need legendary Voss rings. What if the issue is the DPS? This person says they'll try it. Okay, we got someone that will attempt to try tank it. I have the patience and the time and the willingness. I wish Rogue had a tank Paragon. This will solve it. I just go tank. I just want to play on my main character.
That would be fun to see. Rogue tank.
Oh, they have 2 DPSs with them. So we have too many people. Alright, let's think about this. If we don't have a tank, first boss doesn't need a tank. Mobs don't need a tank, clear them. Second boss, tanks don't know the mechanic, they don't stun the thing, so don't need a tank. Third one, I don't need a tank. It depends actually. Fuck it, dude. Let's do a meme round. Can't find a tank. Do all DPS. Let's go. 2 more DPS. Looking for 2 more DPS RC. Let's go. Just go straight up, go hard. As long as you guys are experienced, you're fine.
We are siblings in arms this day.
Better than sitting around waiting, doing nothing. Oh, Yama.
そうやもん。
I want to see, it's scaled. Unscaled. Yeah, unscaled.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to see something first before we go. I just want to see how brutal they are. So I know. So I don't waste time. Right, the ads. Surprise Pharaoh. Yeah. Look at that Pharaoh. Look at that Warlock. Alright, look. If you do it properly, and we don't trigger the extra ads, fine. Don't stand in the red. I mean, we pros at not standing in red, right? And don't trigger. Because that's the nice thing about going with a smaller group. You don't have to worry. If we could just clear this part before I invite anyone else, you don't have to worry about the fact that you're going to have some random DPS running in and fucking aggroing half the map. Alright, so this one's straight in the middle. We just have to run perfectly straight. Let's just clear these. Alright, so we just go straight. Perfectly straight. Just straight and you're good. Beautiful. Beautiful stuff. Alright, this one, from what I remember, I think we gotta pick one, right?
Gotta aggro one of them, yeah.
Yeah, so let's go, should we... Can I pretend to not aggro it? Wait, wasn't there a portal dodger achievement? Aren't those portals? How are you supposed to do it without triggering any? Or is that not... Do those not count?
Yeah, maybe
I'm sure there was an
these-
achievement for it.
But like... I mean, the first one is not avoidable.
Maybe it's the, maybe it's
Or maybe
the other
the
section of the
mushrooms.
grass, yeah. I know that portal dodger part now with my eyes closed. Oh yeah? They changed it a while ago. I think it's 5 portals. Oh! So if we don't do more than 5. I thought it was none. You can't like dodge. I mean, you have to dodge all of them. The Mimic King. Yeah, I know the Mimic King. But I'd rather try that on a non-RC day, you know what I'm saying? Right, so this is the
Us.
cable. Let's see how we do. I like challenges, and it's called Reaper's Challenge. Only they gave you more for like being less, you know, less people. Scale it. I mean, this one's easy. We just gotta make sure we help each other. I just want to see how hard they hit. How hard cable hits. If he hits too hard, then we know. We get more people in. Come on, Mr. Cable. And you have less people to heal. And if you don't hit him, he'll hit the comp. But then the comp will die, obviously. Unless you have a tanky comp. But he mainly does like mechanics. Alright, we got our first big guy. And then we'll get another big guy, then we can make him vulnerable. There it is. We're gonna get bounced. Let's just break. And then take the big one. Alright, he's over here. Oh, he's gonna move again. Oh, that's... Come on, dude. Alright, and then let's burst him. No artifacts, no mount powers.
No, we don't have anything.
Yeah, alright, he's gonna move somewhere. Watch him. Go to him. Outer ring. I mean, it's doable. Let's see. Oh, if I don't get the tank buster. I like how I say that. It's doable. Tank buster. To the face. Don't worry. Pharrell gets the next tank buster. As long as we rotate deaths in between each other. Why is he hitting me? Oh, is this the aggro bug? Or does he just not move? He's lazy. Like, Pharrell has aggro, but you know what? Fuck you. I'm gonna hit you. Because you're here. You're right next to me, so... You're busy with food? No worries. Still got a spot for you, Daryl, if you want to join. Oh, you can dodge his anvil. You can dodge his attack, by the way. Just like Trobian. You can dodge his anvil attack. Just watch for any movement. I just don't know the tell of what his big attack is because I normally don't face tank it. Alright, next part. So far so good. Yeah, we've only begun. Just 2 more times. Or is it 3 more? Because we've got to get him 2 down phases, huh? I don't think he can do a... Alright, let's free here. I don't think he can do a tank buster here, can he? He's just gonna hit my companion, do you see that? Wait, what am I taking damage from? I wasn't chained. What the fuck? Where was the healing? You have 1 job. Are you out of divinity?
I wasn't, but you were so far away from me.
And you don't run? Oh my god, Belly. Oh, you guys are chained? We're less people, so focus more. I'm already on 2 skulls. And I got a dot, whatever the dot was. It was like I was still chained. Alright, we still chained here? Alright, let's try and... before we focus on the boss. Alright. Are you gonna want to dodge when he does his attack? 2 hands together?
I was stunned.
Alright, he's about to move. You logging? Alright. I gave up on trying to find a tank. It was taking too long. Well, for real. I noticed that he doesn't... He can't move. It's like he's stationary, so if you don't get stunned, you could just dodge his attack and he'll hit nothing because he's stupid for whatever reason. He just stands still. Oh god. Which you know is going to be something Lasser is going to do. Alright guys, we need to help each other out here. Oh, the heals are real. Alright. Break each other out of chains. So we don't get pulled. Everyone okay? Everyone got theirs broken?
Yeah.
Alright, good. Alright, nice. Now stay away from the middle. I don't think we have to destroy the others, do we? I wonder what happens if we don't, though. Let's not find out. Just now he wipes us. Because it's expecting 5 people and we only 3. Alright. You gonna do anything? You gonna... There you go. Boom. Very nice. Ah, poor Pseudo. Why would you stand there? Alright, one more time and we're done. Gotta break chains. Let's break this guy. Hold on. Oh, I'm stunned.
I'm stunned too.
Right, well, we broke the chain. Don't get hit by him. Don't get too close to him. Maybe stick together so you don't have to complain about not being able to heal when you're halfway across the map and the objectives are right here. Alright, let's break this. Oh, I got double, hold on. Let's go across like that. Alright. Hopefully he's not going to move again. Can you go any slower? Let's go, ball. Oh my god, my ball is drifting now. Alright, almost. Got him. Alright, let's get rid of these ads. Gonna be annoying. You won't be joining as tank though? No, it's fine. DPS will be fine. We'll see how far we can go. I don't think we'll need one for Nostura. I can't remember. Like, normally tanks don't do their job on the second boss. So it's like pointless having a tank, even in RC. If ever there was a need for a tank, it's this boss fight. Oh no, he's gonna tank blast me. I need to get out of there. Fuck. Alright, Pharaoh, you're gonna have to get close to him. I don't want to get my foot stuck. Oh, really? Me? Really? You have Pharrell, but you have to... He doesn't respect the aggro. Yes! Pull belly. Yeah! Pull Pharrell, don't pull me, dude. Come on, look at Pharrell. He's a cute little warlock. You'll like Pharrell more. Trust me. Alright, GG's ladies and gentlemen. 2 DPS, 1 healer, no tag. That's a challenge. Now where's the extra rewards for doing the challenge? See? This is where the scaling bar would work so well, right? The game's like, oh, you did it with 3 people? Bam. Extra rewards for you. Let me know when you're online, Daryl. Just send me a plus. That would be good, to be fair. It would be. Because it is more challenging. If we had even 2 more DPSs now, we would have melted that boss quicker. Should be able to go this way, right? Oh. But I'd rather die here than go the wrong way. Watch out. Be careful when you go backwards. We don't want to trigger. Let's try get the achievement for whoever doesn't have it.
I don't think I have it.
What the fuck, man? Alright, and then let's make a straight, wait, can we do this? We're gonna have to trigger one, aren't we? Is Pharaoh doing it? Fuck it, YOLO. You got it? Oh, nice, we did. Oh, we can come back here, by the way. There's space here if we need it. Oh, in this alcove. Fight them in here. Oh, no. I didn't see the thing, but I think someone activated it already. There was one right there. There was a portal right there. Careful, Pharrell. You're back. Oh, that was close. Alright, so did we... I guess we did activate this one, rip. You sent it, alright. Okay, I'm gonna invite you at the boss for the chance that it might put you at the boss fight, other than you having to run. Let me invite you at the Neolith. Good thing we have a ranged DPS here. Alright, then from here we kind of go in the middle here. Alright, I'm just scouting out where the thing is. Alright. Just be careful where you dodge. Woo! Can we avoid that one at all? The one by the door or no?
I think we can.
Oh,
Let's try it.
Oh my god, Pharrell. Did you aggro that one? Better to die and scroll than trigger the portals if we're going for the achievement. Alright, let's try here. I doubt it, but Alright. We'll let Pharrell range DPS that one down. Alright, nice. And then stealth sneakily activate the gate. Fuck knows if that worked, but... Alright, then here... Alright, nice. And then, I guess, far... Is there? Oh, we die probably going there. Smart Pharaoh. Which one has more space, guys? Look. Left or right? I think... Oh, I guess we have enough space. Yeah, just go
I
around.
think we have right.
Oh my god, but there's two ahead. Alright, let's bring them to us. So we don't dodge into the portals. Okay, so where's the safe spot now? Do we go straight through or do we go far left? I'm just worried straight through means we trigger both.
Yeah, that's a tricky one. Why not maybe trigger just one of them?
Maybe we don't have to trigger any. Hold on, let me check something. There seems to be a spot up here. Yeah, I think up here is the safe spot. Come middle. And then we go around. Because there's a spot around here. Easy. And then we can avoid those mobs too. And then there's no gate there, so if we just jump... Oh my god, they put a
we gotta kill them. Like, you see the percentage?
Oh, we have to... Okay, but then don't go
That's
towards the
objective.
gate. Yeah, let me see something. Before we go straight ahead, can we jump across now that it's open? Because then we could get directly across. Here? Put a wall there. Alright, well we should be able to avoid, right? Yeah, there you go. Just jump on the left here. Nice, nice, nice. And then bring them closer. Insta-death? Holy shit. This was in 5 stacks already. Alright. Now to not trigger any. Bam, bam, bam. Oh, we didn't trigger that one. I like how stealth, just in case, you know? It's just maybe. maybe it helps.
There's one mage there refusing to come closer.
Nice. Good job. Maybe we'll get it. Alright, Daryl. If I do invite you, Daryl, and it puts you like somewhere, please avoid all the portals. Like, try your best. I don't know where it's gonna put you. Are we hoping to get that achievement? Does anyone know if you invite where it puts them? Or do we have to clear the Neolith and then it'll put him somewhere else? Like if I invite him here, where's it gonna put him? He's a warlock, so if Pharrell could do it, then he could do it as well. So we can't use consumables? Can we? Oh, we can't use that either. Where's the nearest campfire? According to this here, might want to change single target. Pharrell doesn't have that issue. I believe the start. Oh, rip. That would suck. Well, try not to get any portals. Go between them. Keep a safe distance. That's another nice quality of life they can do, right? Is put someone at the latest campfire unlocked.
I mean that what it has to be done, but like in most dungeons it's like that.
Yeah.
But, like I don't know why is it not working here.
That's an older dungeon, so. What you doing over there? Oh, you found a little secret spot down there, did you? Wait, what? Pharrell? Wait, did he get through? Pharrell? What did you do? Did he die? Or release?
Yeah, did that, but I don't know, maybe he defeated himself?
Yeah, maybe. Because it's like 1 minute he's at X-Men, he's like 300 meters away. Oh god, that's why! Fucker, he got me oh, for a moment I thought I was stuck. I was like, maybe that's why he defeated himself, he was stuck. Gets me stuck in there. Help me, stepbro, I'm stuck in the wall. They added the killing yourself counts as a death thing. That's new. Did you notice? Like I saw the other time when I defeated myself, it counted as a death. That didn't happen before.
That shouldn't really happen.
Unless it was like inconsistent and in some places it did, some places it didn't.
I remember one time the dungeon was done and you like defeated yourself and it counted.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, he respawned, okay. Okay, Darrow's almost there. Almost there. Hopefully he didn't trigger any things. Being extra cautious. Man, I don't think there's any point inviting anyone else extra after this, because if they're going to start right at the front of the dungeon, might as well just do it with us. I mean, we got a 3 DPS anyway. But I'm pretty sure me and Pharaoh would have been fine. Nostura doesn't need the extra damage. You want to take it slow anyway. And from what I remember, she doesn't have a tank mechanic. Like, that's the issue with a lot of these dungeons. Like, Cabal, okay, pulls you in. If this was an RC, I would have survived that. Which shouldn't be the case. Alright, we're doing this thing. Let's get it. So the mechanic here is to get him to stun himself in the mirror, but like I said, a lot of people don't pay attention to that, so whatever. Main thing is when you see the big red dodge into it, so you avoid that damage, because it's going to hurt in RC, no doubt.
We must flee.
And also, obviously, the smaller circle, make sure you're avoiding that one. Ooh, his hits so hard. No, cancel. Was not an RC. Look away. Wait, hold on. Where are the mirrors? Do you guys see mirror? Oh, okay.
Now there's spawn, yeah. I thought the spawns there.
Alright, so make him look here, and then he looks at himself. Oh. And then get in. Because if he looks at a mirror, he breaks. Otherwise... I'm deathless! Don't let me die! Fuck! Easy. Oh! Woo! I just need a healer that can twitch heal, you know? Like that instant healing. Because I'm all over the place. Otherwise I can't cancel all his attacks. Oh, too late on that one. Alright, we're almost done. Finish him! Yeah! Easy peas. Well done, guys. GG. Well played. Give me the ting.
I don't have this thing.
Yeah, because who is marked?
You're Mark,
Exactly.
but that's nothing to do with Mark.
Yes, it does. It breaks the mechanics of everything when you mark someone. Can't rope, jump in crown. Can't jump here. Can't interact with things. It's silly. Oh, I need to be AoE. Rip. He triggered it already, didn't he?
Yeah.
You guys have fun there. I can't do much. They're gonna come for me. I fucking... Alright, let me just switch quick. Really? Hello? Why? Are we in combat? There you go. Alright, so we gotta... How? How? Like, how did you pass, Pharaoh? I was like on the rock. Did you
Right?
climb the rock? Alright, let's try avoid the mushrooms. Alright, right side. Pharaoh's like Spider-Man climbing the mountain or something. Wait, we have a problem though. Unless these don't count as portals, because we need to get the
We
book.
need the books, yeah.
You can't do that. I mean, can you somehow do it? Pharaoh, get the book. Spider-Man. Oh, Megalo. I don't think those count as portals, though. But we're not gonna get the book. We don't need the books. Is that what you guys are saying? No, don't push me that way. Anyway, but there. Rather kill me, but don't push me into the, mushies. Yeah, kill me. I can finally burn all my scrolls. Alright, and then, if I remember, you can go in between and save. And then go up. Alright, and then we go back the way we came, in between. These are the same ones from Voss, by the way, that can one-shot you with the lightning.
Yeah, one of them did actually.
Yep. There's a little bullet. Was there oh yeah, right side. So be careful on the left. Right side safe. I don't know if it matters, but I know we don't get extra ads, which is good. Are we gonna do the campfire strat? I guess would be best. Hey look! Secret area, guys. Secret fighting area. No! 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 Guys, I've fallen and I can't get up.
God. I'm kinda in the
Okay.
mountain.
It was fun. It was a good kill spot right there. Funnel all the mobs in there. Right, I reset my scrolls. Are we gonna do the campfire, by the way? Pharaoh? Daryl, how you guys want to do it? We do the cheese, or do we want to kill everything? I don't mind either way. I think for the sake of saving time, we could just run. Because we have nothing to prove. I know we could kill them all. How did we get all the books, by the way, guys? Did someone go back? Okay, let's run. Avoid all the mushrooms, though. No mushies. Just run. YOLO. If you die, scroll up. Yeah. Kill us. And then just stay dead. Alright. And then wait for them to go away. Maybe Cryptic fixed it, imagine. That would be hilarious. Nope. Alright, and then very gently get your butts up. Do we have a bullet? We will have a bit of a fight here. As long as you don't move out of the range. Oh my god, you had to push me in the ads. GG. Fucking GG, mob. That was well played. I will give you that. That was so well played. Last time I ran through there, the mobs don't run away anymore. Everyone has to stay dead. Some people don't, or they reset and then they just gank. You gotta stay dead. And there's a delay and they gotta be like fully down. Alrighty, let's switch encounters. Warlocks are laughing at the fact of switching encounters. What? Might have to take the damage slow, by the way, guys. I don't know. Depends on if they buffed her HP much in RC version. Ooh, her auto attacks are very nice. But you can dodge them. So it's kind of like... Alright, look away. It's kind of like Arcturia. You can like dodge, yeah. Easy. So you can dodge her auto attacks if you have aggro, by the way. Alright, don't get hit by the laser pew-pews. But I don't know how much they hurt. Nothing wrong with the Warlock switching encounters? No, they don't have to. It's the meme, like, as a rogue, to be most efficient, you have, like, 2 loadouts, single target and AoE. Oh yeah, you gotta dodge her auto attacks, by the way, guys. If you have aggro, whoever has aggro, make sure you dodge her auto attacks, otherwise you won't die. Without a tank, it's the only way. Oh, that's a new one. Holy shit, bro. That was very nice. Okay, that one, I'm sure you can dodge as well. You just gotta wait for it. So we might want to burst it through the phases. Just get her to the next phase. Okay, she's looking. She's looking. Don't look at me. I remember if she attacks in this phase, it would hurt if she did. Let's just get the tentacles out of here. This is not a... Oh yeah, she's attacking me.
Does.
Alright, just do the mechanic, guys, as fast as you can. Owie. Fine, we got 15 lives in between. I wasn't looking at her. It was peripheral vision, I swear. Alright. We need to let Freshly take aggro. Freshly, where's your aggro? Get aggro. There you go. He needs to take some deaths for us. Use Freshly as like a meat shield. Yeah!
The curse.
Alright, stay away from Millie, guys. She's infected. Right, I'm gonna try avoid her. I think she... There it is. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Then she does a big one. And then... She gonna do it again. 1, 2, 3. Come on. You gonna... Bro, are you faking me out? Let's go. 1, 2, 3. What are you doing? Smack her, guys. Oh, I guess they don't want to take aggro and then they have to tank. What do you want? You want to be bitch slapped? Let's go. There. You happy? Wait, what do you want, though, Stura? You want my daily? Here you go. You happy? Oh, there you go. Oh, she fucked my pseudo dragon. Okay, there you go. We're back to normal. Oh, there you go. We still under? Yeah, we good now. Alright. I think she nukes whoever's near her. I could be wrong, but she just nuked my pseudo dragon. So I think it could be who is near her gets the nuke. And I don't know what the fuck she's doing to Darrow. Like, giving him the suck. Alright, tentacle phase again. Oh, attacking me. You can't heal. Oh, you can. Okay. Alright, one more tentacle. I'm gonna go under so long. Please tell me Darrow's still up there. Darrow, finish the job. Get it done, brother. We need you. Alright, look away. Is Darrow up? Yeah, Darrow's up. Melee,
yeah.
help him. Okay, there you go. Nice, we're done. I have the curse now too. I might have gotten it from someone, I don't know. Pharaoh has it too.
Yeah.
Right, do the mechanic, please. I'm gonna stay with Pharrell because... Oh, one way to clear it is just die. Dying also cleanses it. Right, there you go. For anyone that still needs it. A little bit more and we'll phase her. Alright, we should phase her soon. Remember, enough damage just to get the blues. How do you get cursed again? Alright, he'll cleanse himself. Okay, there you go. We did it. Easy. Alright, make sure everyone has a ball. Make sure all DPS. Make sure everyone has one. And get in. There'll be plenty of time. Alright, everyone going? Everyone golden, boys and girls?
Alright.
Stay in there. Just stay in there. Yeah, nice. Alright, cool. GG's, we did it. Unless it just magically wipes us for whatever reason. See what I mean? Like, the maze felt like so much easier. Even in RC, We could have 2 DPS this. Pharrell's just like... That. Alright, go crazy, guys. Go all out. You don't have to hold back now. Not gonna do anything weird to you. GG. Well played.
Nice, I got the
Photo
achievement.
Dodger, let's go,
Yeah.
ladies and gentlemen. Easy achievements. That was worth. Like,
yeah.
I feel like I normally wouldn't do that, but I was feeling in a good mood, and we got an achievement out of it too. That's feeling really great. Now we just need a legendary mount, and you know, we could call it a fun day. 5 trade bars, you know what? Not gonna push my luck. That's good. We got a transmute out of it. Delete Elvin's armor, he won't need it.
I got a necklace.
Wanna try Q for PvP? Let me see what they say. Just see if we get a pop. Greater Astorian Ring of Krieg. Yo! Amazing ring right there. That's like, what, 4 collection points? And 10 mana upgrade tokens. Okay, nice. That was fun. That was exciting. You see, if we had more like
Yeah.
stuff like that.
That's a title, Portal Dodger.
It is. Rank 7 enchantment. Let's go. What am I going to do with this? Did I equip it? This is better than my stuff? Oh, cannot slot it. Where can I slot it, guys? Double click to improve. I can improve it. Nice, 1000 RP. Okay, Pharrell has to go have dinner. Enjoy dinner, Pharrell. I do need to make time to do the PvP because I kind of want to get that done.
We still have 1 more week.
Oh, we do? I thought it was
Yeah.
21 week. Oh, that's not bad.
That's 2 weeks. We have 9 days.
9 days. Okay. And I need 10 wins, so if I could do 2 a day as a goal, I'll be done in 5 days. Not counting the weekends that I don't play on. And considering I won't be able to speak from Wednesday. Let's see if it pops. It takes so long, and I'm worried to do it uncoordinated, but let's see. The 3 of us. Public. Player versus player. Fight of the fouls. There you go. See? People on now. Alright, so you guys know the strat. Me and Daryl will, let's hop into Discord real quick. So at least the 3 of us can coordinate. Or at least Daryl can hear. Alright, Daryl. We're gonna rogue it up. Fuck knows what the 2 randoms are gonna do, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Maybe they know strats. Maybe it will go better, you know?
Okay, I go red chicken.
I'll just tell them all on 2. If they don't come on 2, we're fucked. Oh, is that Codex? Yo, we got PvPers in here. Actual PvP players. Oh, without coordination, this is gonna be rough. Oh my god. We're grabbing that too, what? And they're all red. They're all going red squad. Stuns with red. That's the new meta now. Holy shit, bro. The strat on that is real. They're not playing very smart if they're just staying on 2 though. That was always the meta. Not really, because Rogue destroys fire. Bring out all Rogue against all fire, you get fucked. I'm just surprised they're going that route. We just go all Rogue then, and destroy them. If you splash the whole group that sticks together, because they can only use it every so often, right? And Rogue counters that by stealthing. You just gotta avoid all the fire. Like, they're very weak. They have to get their hits in. And as long as rogues go stealth in between, they fucked. The main thing is actually getting enough rogues to counter the reds. Because now we only have like 2. And we have... Is that a basic chicken? Or is that a buck? I can't tell. I don't think somebody even chose a chicken.
Yeah, that's the yellow one.
So they
So I
didn't
go
pick?
rogue?
Yeah, go rogue. Rogue counters red. Easy, hard counter. Why would you go basic chicken?
I think they haven't chosen anything, so like they're going whatever they are.
Fucking get destroyed. You see what I mean? Rogue is the best against red chickens. It's just you need enough doing the rotation together. And the red chickens are fucked. But problem is, uncoordinated team, I can't tell them, like, everyone go rogue. That's gonna be rough. Because it could spawn the Necro? Oh, okay, fair point. I didn't think about that, yeah. I mean, Necro's not that needed anyway. We need to start winning these fights. Like, we got this. Like, we have so much power. Where are you gonna go, Nag? Trying to force us off the node? Nice. See? We're coming back now. All it took was one extra rogue. Now, if the other person just goes rogue too, we got this. Let me tell them. Oh, defend, 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 defend. Cluck, cluck, mother cluckers. And just out of the fire. Because if you get stuck in that fire, and remember to use your stealth. As a rogue, your biggest counter against them is stealth. And avoid fire. Did he notice me? Alright, you guys have fun on 2. I'm going to try a strategy to break them up. 1v1 on fire? No fucking way. How does he see me though? Easy. 1v1? That was 3v1 though. But I can 1v1 any of those. Especially fire chicken. But you guys need to secure 2. I can harass their 3. Which seems to be working because they're not being very smart about it. They're coming after me. 1 dude. So keep harassing 2. I'm going to keep harassing 3. Maybe we can break them off that way. That's so hard though, having strategies. And this dude keeps following me like, dude, go away. Go help with 2. Go 2. Oh my god. Alrighty, listen. Oh, if I could just take 1 with me, yeah! Oh, hello, squad. Alright, push, 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 push.
Alright.
They're targeting me now hard. That's annoying, yeah. It's the biggest counter. That's why I said. But without a coordinated group, and we don't have enough rogues to counter them. Like if I could get 4 rogues in voice chat, look at this. Just fucking melt them, bro. They're nothing. They're nothing. Their shit's on cooldown. They can't do shit, bro. Everything is situational. Only thing they have going for them is when they can pop it off. Once we get them, now that their shit's off cooldown, now they're gonna pop everything. But that's the only thing. They're one trick pony. They could do things once and that's it. Once we kill them, they fucked. Rogue can continuously output that damage. It just requires good, like, skill-based rogue players. You can't just sit there and peck, you know? You got abilities, you gotta use them. You gotta know when to go stealth. You gotta know when to move. Alright, hopefully that's enough harassment and I can get a potion. Do they have a potion? Oh, fuck, he's following me. He knows. Oh, as I had my daily. As I was about to pop my daily. And he actually pulled away. What a Chad. Is everyone just... Now they're just going to 3. See you later, corpse. Ooh, what's going on here? I see multiple kills for me. 1, 2, 3. You want to peck? Let's go. Oh, so close. That would have been 4 kills right there. It was 1 second away. That was amazing. Oh, I see multiple kills. Oh, there's one. Oh, then the healer. The clutch heals. No. Oh. Gonna get my daily off. Yeah, with randoms, it's like we're playing RNG now. Their team is much better coordinated. Only thing I can do is harass and get them to pull off. But they keep following me. Oh, is that 2? Almost got to 2?
Yeah, but... No, more of them came to 2.
Hello, bye. Oh, look at this multi-fire. What's going on here? What's happening? Who's here? Oh, terrible. Well, at least matches are popping, so we can just keep going. And hope we get a better match team. This is how PvP was. You couldn't control it. You sometimes got good experienced players, sometimes you didn't. As much as it's funny to watch you PvP as a chicken, I have to get off now. No worries. Thank you for dropping by, Annie. You've been here for a while. And thanks once again for that write-up. Thanks again for featuring my blog. No, of course. We'll catch up with you real soon. Yeah, have a wonderful one. Enjoy your evening. I'm just doing this out of necessity for my campaign completion. As fun as it is grindy. Because it requires 5 people working together solidly as a team. And you need a counter. Rogue against fires. If you have too many rogues, you start going heals. Because rogues can't output that damage. Fire, for example, has high output damage. Or rogues counter, especially when they clump because of the acid. Healers against fire, out heals against rogues. Tank shields, if you have up daily, it depends. Like, you have to constantly change up the strategy depending on what they have. But I always go 2 rogues minimum. With more rogues as needed depending on if they're going hard, fire push. We just didn't have that. Because you saw, the moment you went rogue, we started dominating mid. Because
Yeah,
they
we
all
almost
group
got
in.
to.
Because they know the strat is you gotta go and grab the point. They're all grouped up together because they want to get their fire off. And because of that, it makes them vulnerable to the acid attack. And if 3-4 rogues are spamming that shit, bam, 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 dead. Like... that, in between the pecking, they're dead. Whereas they have a long cooldown on theirs. So if they can't get that damage output out, they're dead. Like the good old days. Now the only thing it's missing is vote kicking. Like, vote kick this person.
What kicked this chicken?
But it's nice to see some old PvP names in there. I know there's quite a bit from Seasons. So try fire, Belly. But if they end up going the whole fire meta strat again, then all rogue.
Okay.
Generally they would be balanced, but I don't know why they just go all fire. Really, because it's so easy to counter. Now we have a truly diverse team. Look at this. Are those two basic chickens?
Yeah, they haven't changed.
Oh my god. Why? I've never seen that work successfully.
Maybe they don't know.
Oh, again, the same matchup. Okay, I see what's happening. So they're working together. They're working together. We need more rogues now. That's the thing, pre-made. They're in a pre-made queue. Makes sense. Yeah, so without our 5 pre-made and this random going in. Oh my god, how many are at our home node? 2? Really? See what I mean? See what I mean? Like the difference that it makes. Rogues counter fire hard. I don't know why people don't believe it. They don't believe it. Oh, get that CA. More pegs. I gotta move. Oh, that stun's brutal. Good tank. Right, just defend 2. If we just do this whole game, then we're fine. Look at them hiding in their fire. Oh, you think you're safe in there? You think you guys are safe clumped up? Oh, I love it. One more. Oh, I missed the jump. I completely missed like a pig. I jumped over instead of blasting. No. So all you do is you stealth, you drop acid on them. They have no way to defend against that because they can't see you. It's so OP. And now they're really causing shit there. Oh my god, how much fire. Let's go. Give them a good fight. Yo! Getting targeted here. Oh, it's so good. Alright, we need to go together. We need to go together, not split. Who's still alive? Alright, dead. Alright, psych him, psych. Target the same person. Oh my god. One, 2, 3, okay.
They have rogue too.
Yeah, they're switching now. They're not going all fire anymore, you see?
Yeah, because I was stunned.
No, that's tank. You're being stunned. Wow, there's so much node control in this. It's crazy. We need to wait. Instead of jumping in, like, all of us have to be there. Instead of going one by one. You go one by one, they're gonna melt you. You're gonna wait. Everyone needs to go in together. Alright. Push in. And pick a target. Pick one target. You're a rogue, so assassinate. See? Pick the same target. Pick the shit out of one target. You're fine. And watch out. Don't follow their fire. They will try to lure you in. But don't run into their fire because that's all they got. Nice. That healer though. Alright, that went a little better. And yeah, there's no point. If you're 1 versus 3, 4 on the node, there's no point chilling there. Back away, wait for reinforcements. Only time you stay on the node is if it's actually your node. Otherwise, you're just gonna die for no reason. And to counter that daily, go stealth, wait for the shields to disappear, then drop acid again. Because you can stealth for a while. Your daily lasts basically forever. And will outlast their shields. Because their shields don't last.
Oh.
It's that healer though, so you're gonna either have to prioritize the healer or the tank. I think they only have the tank though on the daily. I see him here. Matthews. So you target this dude and no more fucking dailies. But they try to defend the healer. Yo. So you just take out that dude. Take out that dude, that's a weak spot. Always prioritize healer tank. Probably has daily up. Yep, daily up. But it's fine. It's learning experience. You'll see, once they don't have that healer, they can't do anything. Then it's just straight up DPS. That and Kotex. So you have two. You have the healer, you have the tank. Hello. Oh, they're defending them hard. Holy shit. Finally, bro. Took forever. Now take Codex out. Basically, just look for who the who's blue or green. That's your targets. Other birds, depends on if they're low. You can hit them. But yeah, we too spread out. We too going in clumps. We're not going in waves, and the other two randoms are doing their own thing. One's all the way up top there. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. The other one's defending home node against fuck knows who, because I haven't seen a single enemy come through. So this is the problem with playing with pugs. And it was the same thing issue in PvP. So if we want to do this, we just have to get a full 5v5 group together. Like a full pre-made. And then we'll have a better time. So we can actually coordinate what's going on. I'm going to try a little different strategy here. Force them to decide which healer is going to go where. That means I can't send everyone. Alright. He has 3. Let's see what happens now. So that's the other thing you do. You force them to make a choice. Because right now, if the strategy doesn't work, you try it over and over again, you got to try something else. They need a recap because now we got 2. And they're going to do that. But they're not going to send the healer or the tank there. Because if they do, they're dead. And if they do, then you have an easier time on the main node. Oh, so close. This is the only PvP that Neverwinter players play. No, we had the regular PvP before. Oh, if you can 1v1, yes! I'm gonna go help him defend. Too late to pull this over unless we somehow 3-kept them. So they're just defending 2 here.
Yeah.
I might be able
Like
to get them to pull me away. Does someone even play it? Regular PvP or chicken PvP? Regular PvP? No. There's no seasons, there's no rewards. So if people do play it, it's just for the fun of pre-mates. We force them to change their strat now, you see? So now they're scattering. This way you kind of pull their hand. But this would have worked much better if we did it sooner. It's a bit too late now. They have the point advantage. And again, it's hard to coordinate with the randoms.
They kept their healer here.
Yeah, of course. But you have an easier time to push. Oh, they brought the healer here, but the healer is dead. No. Are they pecking randomly? Look at this. I'm still here, guys. I never left. It's over though, but it was a GG. The only way you do it now is if you 3-cap them and keep it like that. So that's basically where they get 0 points. Because you have all 3 notes. But that's not gonna happen and they know that. That's why they're defending
They
middle.
got the zombie chicken. The necromancer.
Are they dead?
I mean.
Nice.
They do, you
I
see
see
it?
it. Yeah, I do. Hey! Lord Willer, sorry. I didn't see your message there. In between the PvP. How's Neverwinter going these days? Good. It's about to get a whole lot better. In about 3 months, we have a big update. But until then, kind of just going through a usual dry spell. It's a less harsh than it used to be. Since there's still some things to chase, Reapers definitely made that a bit easier. Are we up to have an exciting PvP event? At least for the next 2 weeks, so... Yeah. How about you? How have you been? Also, Darrow, are you in for more, or should we rather call it till we get a proper pre-made? Because randoms can be really good, it just depends who you get. You gonna go? Alright, no worries. Thanks for joining, Darrow. I appreciate you. You hit an ad break? Oh shit. You back from it, or...? Alright, yeah. So I was just saying I was going through a regular dry spell. It's less harsh because we have things like Reaper's Challenge on the event now, but in 3 months a lot's gonna change. We've been wanting a lot of replayable content for the longest time, and they're taking things from Expeditions, Barovia Hunts, and Reaper's Challenge, and they look at giving us a full host of repeatable, engaging content that's challenging for all skill levels. That's going to be like the main focus of Mod 23. Apparently it's something that they've never done before, something completely different, which is good to hear. There's also some things that I know of that I can't share that is coming. I'm not sure when, if it's going to be before that or in addition to that, but that's going to be really nice as well. So I'm pretty excited for the next 3 months. The only problem is getting there. So yeah, if we could get a season pass right now, this would have been a great time. It's about hunkering down, and hopefully it'll be the last time we do that with the repeatable, renewable, fun challenges. I know they have Day of the Dungeon Master. I guess that's also going to be another thing to bridge content. That is happening... Is that next week? Yeah, next week. So we have that. I've never personally done that one before, so that's going to be nice. We might be looking at things like... what was it? Call to Arms? CTA?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
That was one of your faves? Well, that's good to hear, because I have literally no idea, other than the fact that apparently you have a tabletop setting, and that's about it. Is that the one that you also earn the, what do you call it? The special type of dew? Let me see. Oh, I think it was Respin's game. Respin's game was the one where you got that one, I think. Yeah. So this is an interesting one. But that's not Day of the Dungeon. Or is it? Are we going to get both? Portobello and Respins? And can you max it out in one run? If you grind every day? Because this is something I'll definitely grind out on. Hey Jody, how you doing? Good to see you. They both are. Okay. Something tells me, I don't know, that you won't be able to do it. You do it through multiple runs. We'll need a Wattler. You can max it out. 9. Nice! Okay, well then I'm excited. Then I'll finally have like every single, campaign done. Because that's obviously the only one that wasn't done. It's going to be exciting. I can't wait then. Yeah! And I do have a Wattler. I just got to remember to use it. I'll try to remind everyone. Use your Wattlers. Oh, you get a figurine. That's where the figurines came from. Because we got a figurine for the drinking one as well. And we get the red veins here. Alright. What do you get here? Apocalypse Dagger. Yo, wait. Really? Is that a reward? Imagine having to pay for it where we could just get it now. Isn't that cool?
That's cool.
We'll get Apocalypse Dagger. We'll get a Staldorf. We'll get Intern's Tunics. Oh, look at this. I mean, it doesn't look that bad. The hecklers come from the event? Oh, nice. Okay. I did like those. Portobello's Wand of Sight. I mean, an eye wreathed in green flames? Okay. What is Respin? Respin doesn't look that exciting. I could be wrong. But it kind of just looks... So what is this with voting? Do you have to pick one? You got to vote? Or can you vote for all of them? Lifetime membership. What if I want all of them? I would have all the colors. You get Lathander's Dew in all the colors now, Messi.
Right?
You have to pick one? Oh, no. Wait, is it like Halloween where the community most voted one wins if you win. Then we would have to coordinate. What are they priced on PC? Going up on PS what? Watler? I'll check for you now. Watler is going for 179k. Not too bad. And you won't necessarily need one, just make the grind a bit easier. It's by character. Oh. So you could choose if you want to be the white, the red, or the blue. Why no, the purple? This is so weird. I can't wait to see what it's actually like. What if I want all 3 titles, Willow?
I've seen people with titles. This.
That's fine.
That I could be Walter White, the White. And you get a lifetime membership. This is so weird. I don't know, Code Red sounds cool, and it's like Code Red. Red sounds like the go-to, you know? Maybe they will open it up. What do you mean? To get like multiple? Yeah, maybe they'll even rework it, who knows? Well, I'm excited. That's something to look forward to in like a week and a bit. But yeah, other than that, I think we've done everything we need to do. We had the nice little interview that we read, but that was done. I gotta try and focus on getting the PvP done if I can. Just 10 matches. That's all. It's not too bad. 2 a day. They had promised to rework when they cancelled it before. Maybe now's the time. I doubt it though. I'm not gonna hold my breath. If anything, maybe they will update some minor things like reward or whatever. But we'll have to see. It'll be interesting to see how it just plugs into the system. If it'll even just work, you know what I mean? Because it's ancient by now, right? One thing they have promised to rework was the Siege event. We didn't really get that other than the appointment style vendor, I guess. Imagine that was the update all along. Yeah, we did update it. What do you mean, guys? It's updated. You now earn the currency that's used in, like, the appointment style vendor. See? But I kind of swear, I don't know, it feels like they updated the visuals. The dragons felt more HD. I could just be imagining it. But, yeah. These are the new things. 2 more events and I'll be able to get my, the new mythic one. We could have the wife with the weird,
waifu.
RTX, NVIDIA hairstyles. NVIDIA hair, physics. Yeah, it's crazy. It reminds me of the Gith hair. Remember that, that Gith hair?
Oh, the long hair.
That was like just static floaty everywhere. Day of the Dungeon Master was one of the first events in the game and was scaled for 60 level cap. Wow, okay. It's good to know. We're really going back. First ever event. And that counted like both of them, Portobello's game and Respins, or did one come after the other? That are just additions to it. It looks weird. Just I always wondered what it would be like, and now I guess I'll see. It looks like you got a screen there. You're gonna be at like the awards. Is someone just gonna come through and slap someone? And then you got the worm, Mr. Toothless over there. Imagine they had one more, like a third one. They came together. Okay. And this, it sounds like it's AI related. I don't know. Just part of it when I see interns. Maybe I'm just relating it too much because it's the Apocalypse Dagger, which you can also get from Many Coins Bank Heist, which is also AI related. If we see Jim in here, I doubt it though, right? Because AI came later.
Imagine.
Oh, they are the adventuring company. Yes. And what does AI stand for? You don't know?
Acquisition Incorporated.
Yeah. And who acquired Cryptic? Yeah, Acquisitions Incorporated. Let's go. It's all about acquisitions. It wasn't AI related at all. Yeah. I think it's just the fact that it has interns and it has the Apocalypse Dagger. Which is interesting then to see how old this really is. Now that this is part of like the AI loot table. That's crazy. So Apocalypse Dagger has been there all along. Start off then has been like forever in the game. If you're saying this one of the first events. And then I see nothing about the apparently you can earn the Beholder tank. But where do you get that? Like a store? The dagger was an add-in run 2 or 3. This event used to run 2 times a year. Oh, okay. Portobello Da Vinci. Oh god, I'm excited. This is gonna make me feel like the kid in the candy store again. Because it's gonna be a first for me. And that's why I can't wait for it. You know, new content that makes me feel that way. And even though this is old content, I'm like, yeah. So that's what they're doing with their sunsetting older zones. Like Black Lake District. Imagine when they bring them back. Older players, but before their time, are going to be like, yo, check the zone out. This is so cool. Or like Mount Hotenau. Or like the Tower District. Man, we lost a few. Roth Valley. They have a lot to
there were so
rework.
many.
Some really nice ones. And you know what's funny? The way that they have things modular now, they could just incorporate it into the leveling adventure. Just slot it in. And it's actually really smart of them. Because right now it goes up to 17,000. But they can extend this so it can go up to like 25k. Slot in the extra ones. Make adjustments across the board. Bam. You sorted, you know? They just bring those zones back with those quests.
I wish they kinda like had an event or something done in those zones.
Well, they could do that too, yeah?
Yeah.
Like go back and visit or expeditions that take you to
Right?
those zones. That could be fun as well, yeah. Behold attack was
Zones of the
added
old.
after month 7. What?
Zones of the old instead of tales.
And you go back there to relive legacy like quests for like a week. And that's it. That's all you do. Alright. Well, we gotta head off. I'll be back tomorrow. Today was a fun day. Thank you to everyone who came through. Willow, I hope you're doing well. I hope whatever you're getting up to. I know I saw Hester earlier. He's enjoying New World Store and the new dungeon. We'll have to see in 3 months. All I can say. Thanks. Have a good day. Yeah, you too. All of the best. And yeah, let's drop a raid off at who do we have online? Oh, the console peeps. We're gonna drop by here. Otherwise, I wish the rest of you a wonderful rest of your day. Much love to all of you. I'll see you in the next stream, which will be tomorrow. Until then, bye for now.
Bye.